Yesterday, for those who weren't following, we hit a little bit of weather. Today, much better looking skies, still almost no wind. Really good conditions today. So if you're finding this video on YouTube after the live stream is end, as always, I'll have a full edited version on our sister channel, Out of Spec Reviews, of the results and everything like that. This is just going to be a live stream of the entire test. So similar to yesterday, tire pressures are set, car is washed, DC fast charging it to full. We're going for another round. Unfortunately, it happened, thankfully, pretty early on. We hit some weather. Weather was coming in yesterday, so ended up canceling the test. And now we should have some better conditions to do a full 70 mile per hour highway loop style range test of the Lucid Air Grand Touring. $154,000, 112 kilowatt hour pack, 2 permanent magnet motors, sort of bleeding edge technology, 516 miles of EPA rated range. We're going to see what it does in the out of spec range test. So that is the big question of the day. It takes a lot of time. We're going to be live streaming for hours and hours and hours. So similar to yesterday, I'm going to put you guys over here on the charging screen. We're DC charging it to full, and weather is looking so much better. Yes, it is actually noon. I think we're 1 hour. Let's just take a look. Yeah, the Lucid doesn't seem to do automatic timing, so I think we're 1 hour difference. I'm going to put you guys so you can see the charging data right up over here. So give me 1 second, and then yeah, I'll get you all mounted up here. So I just need to put the steering wheel down. Jason, thanks for the super chat as always. Appreciate that. Well, let's move the steering wheel down and out. Let's get you guys on the mount. Here we go. Let's see, it might need to move you over a little bit. Not loving that angle. Let's see if we can get a better one here. That's looking better to me. Yep, right there. Perfect. So you guys can monitor the charging. Yeah, let me tap and hold the time. Oh, it just doesn't do that, but I can go to settings and change it, I'm sure. Profile settings, displays, time zone, set automatically, off and on. Still think, oh, there we go. You just had to toggle the automatic time zone. Must have been a little bug. Yep, so all good. Time zone is set, 12:02 p.m. Check the weather. We should have pretty good weather conditions. I got to film for the main video, so I'm going to do that, redo everything I did yesterday, basically. And we'll see how this thing does. Yeah, a little bit of wind. That ain't gonna hurt anyone. Couple miles an hour. As my own car, if I had one car to choose, it would be electric, but I like to have combustion and electric cars personally because I really enjoy combustion cars as well for my own personal enjoyment. Okay, charging limit set to 100%. Just check that. Alrighty. Yeah, the Lucid seems to be a better road tripper than the Plaid, but then, you know, infrastructure-wise. It's a tough one. If you like a sense of adventure like I do, then you're good. So we'll see if this thing completes at 100% or at 97% like it did yesterday. It went 97 and then done. Or was it 98 and then done? We'll see the planned route. I'll go until we hit about 55% state of charge and then turn around. Yeah, 98% done. So, all right, let me film for the main video while it's quiet around here. And then I'll get to this stuff. Efficiency. Efficiency is the key for this car, at least Lucid claims. So I don't know, will we see over 450 miles in this test? Again, remember, EPA is a mixed cycle test. We will see. So what's interesting is yesterday I actually was full charged the car and it completed at 98%. So it went 95, 6, 7, 8, and then went, oh, I'm actually done at 100%. We've seen this from a few other cars where BMSs aren't totally calibrated. We'll see if it happens again today. It will be kind of interesting. Of course, as always, I'm live streaming the test. You can head to our Out of Spec Motoring channel and watch the entire live stream if you feel so inclined. But we are at 91% right now, 60 kilowatts going, another 30 minutes. This car has very little buffer in the battery pack, so it takes a long time to top charge. Very similar to Tesla in that style right there. They let you use almost all the battery pack, and then Lucid recommends an 80% daily charging limit to preserve the life of the battery. If you don't want to watch our other videos, I'll just note a couple highlights here. Look at that huge glass roof, absolutely gorgeous. Be very cool. Of course, climate control will be set between 68 and 72 degrees on auto, same as every test that we do. Nice back glass roof as well, huge rear seat. Wonderful, wonderful package here. So let's let this thing complete. We'll reset the trip calculation, hit the road, and cruise at 70 for what seems like it will be an eternity. Yeah, I'm 60 kilowatts at 92%. That's pretty good. So I had the battery preconditioning for the last hour or so. I drove it pretty hard on the way over here to spike heat into the system, and I can hear the pumps maxed out to try and disperse some of the heat across the pack. I'm probably gonna run inside and get a couple more waters. No, I actually have 2 water snacks. All my snacks from yesterday are still in here, so I think we are looking pretty good. Just gonna do a quick wipe down of the screens. I know, Kyle cleaning something. First time ever. We are looking pretty good. Oh, whoa, do I have the... we got a thing situation here. Oh, Matt, thanks for the super chat. Hello from St. Paul. Enjoy some road snacks on me. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Very kind. Let's see. Put that back to live. Sorry for making you bounce everywhere. That's why I have to jam this thing on the dash, because this phone mount kind of sucks. All right, be back in a second. Just gonna do a quick trash can run. Be right back. Alrighty, 112 kilowatt hours, yep. Lucid doesn't distinguish between usable and total, but they say it's got pretty much no buffer. I mean, 50 kilowatts at 94% is really good. I need to check yesterday's live stream. I don't think it was top charging this well. Flies keep coming in here. Get out of here, fly. Get out of here. Come on. Go. Yep. Very rarely do you charge to 100%. Make sure climate control's cranking away. Well, I have no food open in the car at the moment. So I think at 97% roughly, I'm gonna put you guys up on the dash. The only thing that I could think that would make this charge faster at 95% is we may not have actually been at 95%. And whoa, look who I see. I see Alyssa pulling in the parking lot with her roof racks on her E-Tron. So that's pretty interesting. We'll have to see what she's up to. We were at 35 kilowatts at 95% yesterday. Yeah, I agree. And we're at, yeah, same. So maybe it is just what it is. Okay, here we go. Look who's pulling in the parking lot over here. Squeaky brakes always on the E-Tron. I think she needs to charge up a little bit. And I know what she's here for, the mail keys. Are you here to get the keys? Yeah. I think we had a part for a vacuum cleaner dropped off, and she needs the, yeah, here we go, keys. Gonna juice up a bit? What state of charge are you at? Okay, 30 miles of range. Pretty good. You should, yeah, all right, well, nice.
Got you some snacks.
Oh yeah, here are the keys. Well, this is pretty cool. We got the E-Tron and the Air juicing up. And those two are paired and these two are paired, so we won't be affected with charging speeds. What you got for snacks? Oh my goodness. A goodie bag. That's gonna add weight. That's gonna kill the range.
2 pounds.
All right.
Sometimes I think you can maybe gain that just by drinking the water.
Yeah. All right, well, throw her in. I'll take,
Okay.
thank you so much. Oh, nice, a USB-C to C cable. Appreciate it. Red Bulls.
Peanut butter pretzels.
Oh, those are my favorite. Oh, love those too. Love those. Oh, you got salsa in there too? Nice. We don't know how far this thing will go. What's your guesstimate? You had one yesterday.
Is it 436?
436 miles you think it'll go. Actually, I'm seeing a red sign on your E-Tron over here, Alyssa. And it says, charging stopped. Charging unexpectedly stopped. Please try again. Love charging infrastructure, don't we? But take a look at this E-Tron though. We love this thing. It's one of our favorite cars. Looks great with the roof racks. Full Colorado snow mode on this thing. This wouldn't be a bad 2-car solution actually. Having the Air as the road tripper and the E-Tron as the daily. Wouldn't be bad. Let's see if Alyssa can figure out her charging situation. We need to get moving here pretty quickly because we're at 97%. So I gotta get moving here. All right, Alyssa, I gotta get everything loaded up in the car. Do you need any help getting your car charged here? You're down pretty low. This is the battery bar in the E-Tron. Typical Alyssa, letting it run out. All right. And I'll open up the port for you.
Give it to Kyle for not calling the electrician, so we have no home charging.
Right, I know. I got to call the electrician to fix our home charging. All right, in use. Come on, Audi, let's charge now. And the cool thing about E-Tron is if you hit view, it gives you all the charging stats up here. Did you know that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we haven't started charging yet. Come on, Audi. There we go. Something clicked. Yes. You know, we could have been, if this was a combustion car, it could have been completely full by now. Could have been on your way.
Oh, I am 100% aware.
And we are, I think, old school start button. Let's see, low range, no problem. Yep, juicing up, 81 kilowatts. It's a high 400 volt pack. All right, I'm gonna leave in the air. Yeah, well, I gotta get everything set up. See you later. Thank you.
Make it.
What are you gonna charge this thing to?
I don't know if I really am gonna sit here long.
Okay.
Got some things to do.
All right, well, the Model S is back home. You can use that. All right, see you later. Lucid still charging, 97% again, so we didn't miss anything. I'm gonna get the live stream all set up over here. All right, I'm putting you guys down. I gotta get you all situated on the dash. Okay, and 1 second. So we got to get the view right for the live stream. This is our opportunity to make sure we have a nice solid view. That looks pretty good. What do you guys think? Let's get you all plugged in. I'm keeping AC on to hopefully drain the battery. We're at 20 kilowatts. Gonna film for the main video a little bit, and you guys can just hang out here. We are at 97%, which means the car can complete any time because it hit. Nice bike. Because this thing hit 98% and then went complete, and we're at 98% right now. That was yesterday, but it's still charging. So we're gonna see if maybe it just needed a little BMS calibration or not. I'm keeping an eye on it to see if it completes. Alyssa has shown up in the E-Tron just to get some electrons, and she swapped me for some snacks for our mailbox fee. So let's see how things are going. Look at that. How's it going? Now let's take a look. We're at 98%, still charging 17 kilowatts. From what we saw yesterday, it can, this thing can finish up anytime. So I'm just going to keep a sharp eye. Alyssa brought me some snacks. I told her that adds weight and kills range, but it really doesn't make much of a difference. All the pressures are set. Everything's good to go. We're going to get this AC seat off. We're already going to get the climate control to 68 on auto. So 60. Why want to go to 68? 67 to 69. What? I've had this thing at 68 before. There we go. Weird little bugs here in the Lucid Air. So let's juice it up, and I'll let you know when it completes. All right, any second now, this thing should be finishing up. But definitely a different behavior than what we saw yesterday. So I think the BMS just had to get whacked into spec. Yep, we use iPhones for filming, so a mix of 13s and 14s now. The one you're live streaming on is a 13 Pro Max. Still doing 13 kilowatts at 98%. I'll have a whole charging video out soon, so you just gotta wait for that. EcoBoost wide open onto the highway. EcoBeast, as some would say. All right, Red Bull in the cup holder. iPhone case on the iPhone. Have I heard from Dom, the one who has the Model 3? Yep, we do a podcast together every Friday. And so he's been enjoying the car so far. I don't know when I'll get back. I got a whole new suspension system to put on it. We're going to lift it full rally car mode. Did the Mountain Pass full coilovers with their lift kit. And I think we'll go like squishy sway bars. Should be cool. And I don't think I checked in on PlugShare yesterday at this location, so I should do that now. What car are we driving? The Lucid Motors Lucid Air is how it's branded. We got a fly in the car. Get out of here. 11 kilowatts at 98% now. We've added 100 miles of range. We're down to 10 kilowatts. Should be getting close to completing. I got the AC running just to pull down the pack a little bit to help bleed off the individual bricks modules. I believe there's 22 modules if I'm not mistaken. The start and end point is the same. Yep. Just make sure, yep, everything is good. Live stream phone is working. Tom's in the chat. Tom's done another Lucid Air road trip on the Dream Edition, which has a little bit more range than this car. This is the Grand Touring. Should be a long one. Yes, I think so. But this is not to simulate real-world road tripping. I think people tend to drive faster. This is to put the cars in the most comparable test side by side and see which one actually goes farther. So this is not to simulate real-world conditions. That's why I canceled yesterday's test when it started to rain. I did order a Lucid actually, but they said it was available immediately, and I just got the Plaid, and I thought it was going to be something that comes in a year or two. But so not going to do that, going to delay it, but I'm keeping my order in, at least for now. I got to spend some more time with the car before I decide if it's really good for me. But no question it road trips well. Just need it to, need it to have some more driver assistance stuff. And I'm looking forward to driving it on the bigger wheels, which we should put on, I think, later this week is the plan. I have to email Lucid back about that. 99% now, so it is showing a full 99. So very different behavior to yesterday. I think it'll be amazing if I get more than 450. Is my guess, but Tom thinks we'll see closer to 500, and he's had the most experience with this car, so We'll see. On the EV Revolution show from Canada. Hey. Well, we're almost about to leave. 99% state of charge, 8 kilowatts. So totally night and day behavior to yesterday's top charge. Temp is 65 degrees out right now. Yep, I agree. Charging infrastructure is the real holdup to all of this. This will be a long test. Yes, it will. And actually, Alyssa's still charging the E-Tron next to me. I think she's just jamming out to music because I can feel the subwoofer over here. But I'm like ready to go. I don't want to miss leaving this thing starting as soon as it hits 100%. Right, I think it will be interesting, depending on how far we go in this test. I might actually... I think this car can go from here to Salt Lake City across I-80 with no infrastructure. Although it sounds like Rollins, Wyoming, is getting their EA station commissioned like now. Like Wyoming might be opened by weekend, is what it sounds like. I think they're just waiting on the utility. Man, 7 kilowatts, still at 99%. Yep, good weather, very little wind. It is a little, we do have some wind, but I just checked the wind map and it looks dead throughout the entire trip of where we're going. It looks really, yeah, look at this. Couldn't ask for better wind. Crap, I'm sorry. What am I trying to do here? This windshield's really tight. Here we go. So we are going from here along this I-80 stretch, and you'll see on our route there is not a hint of big wind, just 0 to 5 mile an hour side wind more or less, but that's exactly what we want to see. So really pleased with the wind conditions. Right, this car might be able to get up to Billings up I-25, which would be pretty incredible. Yep, today is the day, I agree. Couldn't ask for better conditions. That's the Windy app that I use. It's a great app. Big fan. Let's see, I think you guys slid a little bit there. Let's lock you back in. Well, so now we're seeing very similar behavior to Tesla. It's just slowing down, 6 kilowatts, still at 99%, but it could complete at any moment like we've seen. How do you make the battery hotter without preconditioning? Just floor it and regen. Oh, charging completed. There we go. Shutting climate control off quick. So it does not charge at all. 100% means like 99.999. And we just completed at 100% state of charge. I've shut off climate control just to reduce drag. It actually went all the way up to 99% this time. We saw 6 kilowatts until it completed there. So let's unplug. Maybe Alyssa, you can get some info of me pulling out of here. Hey Alyssa, can you keep it? Can you roll with me pulling out of here? All right, see you later. Bye. How far do you think again? 430, he said? 436? All right. Let's see if you're right. Bye-bye. So let's go in here. Let's go to settings, vehicle, trip. Let's reset trip A. Fully reset. We also have since last charge. It's all happening. Let's go to climate on 68 degrees auto into reverse. 100% state of charge indicated. See you later, Alyssa. Bye, E-Tron. Let's do this. Off we go then. Gotta put the seatbelt on as always, gotta be safe. So the plan is get it up onto I-25. We're then going to go hit 70 miles an hour by the time we hit the end of the on-ramp. The one thing I want to do, though, is see what this thing thinks we're charged up to, but the software is completely bricked. Don't know what's going on. Oh, I think maybe that cable may have been touching. Distance 510 miles projected. And that's, again, based off EPA number. We're going all the way to 0% at the end of the test. We got to drain this thing till it doesn't want to move anymore. If we run out, we run out. No regen. Battery is totally full. Let's just gently get up to speed. We want to be careful with our accelerations. See you later, Alyssa. There she is down there. We're going to go through the light, turn left onto I-25, hit 70 by the end of the on-ramp, and see what we can get. We're just going to be cruising all day. It's going to be a long one. So our live stream will cut in and out as usual throughout the first bit of the test. We just have bad cell service going up through northern Colorado, so it'll connect when it gets service. That's full regen. Basically nothing up top. Yep, this is not a car from Lucid. This is a car from a viewer. Am I confident this car has enough reserve when 0% is displayed? No, especially after yesterday when the BMS said that the car was done at 98%, and then today it went to 100. So to me, it doesn't always know fully what's in there, which is not unusual for an EV. So we're going to have to play around with that 0. All right, let's just squeeze onto the highway here. Nice, gentle corners, gentle accelerations, limiting the amount of heat loss. Traffic looks totally empty today, which is what we're looking for. Going to hit 70 miles an hour right at the end of the on-ramp. There we are, 70, 71, and 72 indicated. Again, is 70 miles an hour constant. So here we are locking it in, 72 miles an hour. And you'll just see me sitting here for the next few hours. As always, I'll update you throughout the drive as to my impressions of the car, how far we've gone throughout each percentage range. The hard part will be determining where to turn around, but we'll get to that when we get there. For now, I got some Red Bull, some Tostitos, some pretzels, ready to rock and roll. I'm gonna limit the amount of fluid intake because I don't want to have to stop to pee. But, you know, if I have to, then we have to. Down to 99% state of charge. And let's cruise. Shut it out. Teslas have pretty loud motors, actually. Yeah, this section of road is every live stream will be cutting in and out throughout the day. You can blame AT&T, but it automatically reconnects when we get service. So just got to deal with it, sadly. I think we should rig up a Starlink situation to run in the back, perhaps. The seat is very comfortable, but not using the massage function during the trip. Big ass train full of containers coming towards us over here on the left. You got 3 engines pulling this thing. I always thought it would be fun to ride on the back of a train, going destination to destination. I follow this guy on YouTube that does that. It's pretty cool. Yes, as far as I'm aware, us hitting 351 kilowatts, it basically dumps all the current to pull up back voltage, and it's basically a CCCV charging curve. Constant current, constant voltage is what it looks like to me, or at least there's an underlying principle of that. So it just dumps the current until voltage came up to where it wanted it, and then it backed on down. But that was the highest Lucid's ever seen in the public, was my understanding. No, the stereo won't kill the battery drastically. Some systems have a peak of 800 watts, and that's when you have a massive bass hit, for example. So just 100 watts or so, probably, to listen to music normally on average. I was supposed to give a small presentation at Charin today, which is like a EV charging conference for interoperability and testing. It's really a cool event, but turned it down to do the range test. Canceled everything. Matters. I figured they can get my thoughts on YouTube anyway for free. Yeah, so the brakes are connected, the steering's connected, nothing's by wire, so it's the same as if you lose power in a combustion car. Am I going to test the Cybertruck? Hell yeah, if they make it, when they make it, but yes, absolutely. Well, again, we're not totally sure of the final specs of Cybertruck, so just be mindful that whatever Tesla has released hasn't gone into production yet, so we'll have to see what the actual specs are on the thing. How do I like the Lucid compared to the Plaid? Well, totally different character of vehicle, totally different. And each has very much strong points. For me, as a road tripper, I think the Lucid's probably the much better choice. It's quieter, way more comfortable, much nicer seating and cabin layout, beautiful windshield. But then again, with the Tesla, you get the supercharger network, which is nice. So, not seeing any rain up ahead, nope. looking good. A little cloudy, but there's no chance of rain today, according to what I looked at. And there's no wind, so it just looks like some cloud cover. No hot spot on the Lucid, that's correct. Alyssa was actually editing the Alaska videos yesterday. I think we may have lost some footage throughout the process, so not sure what's going to happen with that. Oh, that's awesome that you have a 75D 2016. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably a post-refresh, but yeah, it could be an AP2 car as well. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, would be kind of cool. Not sure if it's totally needed to test that one, but if we ever do like a Model S, every Model S comparison video, we should do that. Temperature is 65 degrees Fahrenheit. At least according to the car. Haven't done any performance driving with the Lucid yet, so hard to say on the braking longevity, but I sure hope it has better brakes than the Model S. We're actually on Thursday putting on the Mountain Pass big brake kit, front and rear, for our Plaid, which will hopefully help it. But she's still a big girl to slow down with a lot of power. Yeah, perhaps during this drive today I'll call them. I haven't heard from them since I dropped off the Range Rover, so need to make sure they know she's there. But I put her right in front of the door opening, and they've worked on her before, so I hope they know. I gotta confirm everything they want to do, but it's like a full engine out service, new transfer case, yeah, motor mounts, resealing the whole motor. Should be pretty cool. Really looking forward to getting it back. I'm going to daily it for a bit. I really love that thing. And of course, I woke up this morning browsing Bring a Trailer and Cars and Bids, seeing what the next project will be. Thinking an old Jag XJR. Yes, blended brakes. Each has a different strategy, and each is wildly different. Thoughts on EV fires? Well, EVs certainly have the potential to have a fire, same with combustion cars, but I think, at least according to the numbers, it's less. They're harder to put out, though. I remember we once did a fire training course for EVs, and actually maybe we should film a fire training course. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we should buy like a wrecked EV or something, set it on fire with the local fire department. We have a training center right by the runway that we use, and film the actual safety procedures to go through when putting out a fire. I think that would make some good content. But I also don't want to make it seem like EVs catch on fire all the time, but at the end of the day, they still can. Nope, no lane centering in this. This one does not have Dream Drive, and checked for software updates this morning, and still no driver assistance. Yeah, we're supposed to get the Hummer EV like any day now, so just waiting on final confirmation as to when they'll drop it off. But I'm trying to get all the Lucid testing out of the way so I can do all the Hummer stuff. We also have EQE, EQB, and EQSG coming, so lots of Mercedes stuff. We're also buying a cheap electric car for a series. Cheap, I mean, it's still not cheap, it's 25 grand. But I gave Max a $25,000 budget to buy a car. That fits within the federal used car tax credit. I also got to do Leaf stuff. We got so much to do. Oh, the comfort between the Lucid and the Rivian. Sure, that's an interesting one. That's closer than the Model S, actually. This is very quiet and much more composed, I would say, on the highway. I really love the Rivian, though. Really love cruising in that thing. But this is the next level, you know, sort of highway cruiser. Yeah, the XC40 Recharge is like a sleeper that no one thinks about, but Hey, my dad's in the chat. Nice. Welcome, Dad. Subscribe to Out of Spec Dave if you don't. Looking like blue skies off to the right where we're heading, so just need to get through this little cloud cover and it's looking good. Is towing with an EV hard? No, but it requires a lot more calculations. It's like too complicated to be considered something to recommend to a normal person, though. We are just about to cross into Wyoming. We have burned about 7% charge. Couple little drizzles, but I think we're under the worst part of it, so stay away, rain. And welcome to Wyoming. Couple little drizzles right here. What is going on? But it's looking like blue skies off where we want to go. Oh no. Wyoming, 93%. That's a good sign. That's the highest I've ever seen coming into Wyoming. We're gonna push through these couple little drizzles, but I'm not looking forward to canceling if it gets worse. Why don't these things show up on the weather map? But I think we're looking still pretty good. It's looking okay to me. Except I'm seeing everyone with their headlights on coming towards us. Are you kidding me? What? Why does it show? I have to change weather apps. Winnebago Revel coming towards us. Hold on. If it's just this little stretch, I'm okay with it. But I'm not okay with it if it's going to continue, because it's already backing off right now. As it picks up, I say that. All right, there we go. Now it is stopped. All right, I think we pushed through. I'm okay with that. We're done. Yeah, maybe they heard rain test instead of range test. But okay, it's back to no rain. That's fine. I'm okay with that. And just about a half a mile to 1 mile later, we are out of the rain. We're going to keep the test going. I don't think that's going to affect it. The road was dry the whole time, and I think we're looking pretty good. But if it happens, throughout the test, of course, we're going to have to end it. I think that was just a little scare, but we're sticking true. And still at 93% into Wyoming. That is good. Most cars are right around 90% state of charge right there. So really looking forward to seeing what this thing will do. Of course, our efficiency isn't that high. The first bit of the test always has a slight elevation gain, but of course we gain it on the way back. So, yep, continuing on into Wyoming. Let's do it. Model Y coming towards us. Driving 70 miles an hour constant. But it's looking nice and bright up ahead. We selected Fort Collins because it's much better than Denver. Oh yeah, blue skies off where we're going, hell yeah. Looking good. We're gonna have to let some of these folks pass. I think Mercedes has the best rain sensing wipers, actually. They also have an extended windshield wash mode that dumps windshield washer fluid all over the windshield, lets it soak in for a little bit, and then does a pretty harsh wipe cycle. you're seeing rain ahead for me. I'm not sure where you're seeing that because it's looking blue skies. The road is dry where I'm on. I still have not touched a wet road. I can tell rain came through here, but it's gone now, so we're still good. I cannot see the current pack temperature on the Lucid, no. So the thing with the loop style test is we can really drive any stretch of road as long as we drive the same stretch of road back, assuming there's no major elevation changes. And so we're going to go into Nebraska, but if we hit some rain, we'll just take an exit, come back, and we can just loop back and forth. But we're looking good right now. Tires are not overinflated. The tires are set to exactly where Lucid recommends them, 49 PSI cold, front and rear. I do that before every test. I always set them to what the sticker says on the side of the car. Well, the range is not a predicted calculation, it's a set one. Wind looks pretty light, the flags are kind of droopy, so that's good. The rain itself doesn't so much, it's more the wet road that affects the range test. But of course, anytime you put anything other than just a fresh car through the air, there's a lot of influences. But any range test will have some influence over the or I should say, there's a bunch of variables. Anything that hack the test, you never get a 100% perfect one. There's always something. You get stuck behind a truck for a minute, you get a construction zone, you get a couple drizzles like we're experiencing now, but this isn't really affecting it. It's just if the road gets really wet, then certainly it will. But we are heading east to nice skies. Here we are coming into the construction zone now. Blue skies ahead, they can't come soon enough. This is a 1 mile construction zone, but I haven't had to slow down yet. I don't know, if we get one more rain, I'm gonna have to cancel this, but right now it's just been drizzle, so I think we're okay. And it's looking great ahead. We're so fresh into the test. I want to keep this thing going, but until I feel that it's going to impact our results, it's going to be a no-go. Yeah, but it's not meant, our test isn't meant to simulate, it's meant to simulate, the most standardized differences. So I think, some tests we have to do with a little bit of wind, sometimes we get stuck behind a truck. I would say a couple miles of drizzle, probably not the end of the world if I'm honest. Especially if the rest of the test is going to be fine, which it's looking like it will be. Yeah, the adaptive cruise is great, but I'm going to try not to use it this trip. I mean, I'm using the cruise, but I don't want it to slow down for anyone in front of me, which is why you'll see me move over well ahead of cars. All right, so it wasn't even enough of a drizzle to kick on the auto headlamps. I think we're all right. Now we're back to totally dry, perfect conditions. All good. Let's do it. Definitely nowhere near as bad as it was yesterday during that attempt. Yeah, the car is very quiet in here, no question. This thing really, really quiet. I'm hoping for no bathroom breaks, but we'll see. I'm just managing my fluid intake. No, I just left Fort Collins, well, Wellington, and now we're heading towards Nebraska, east on I-80. Right now, I would not buy an Air for me personally today. I reserved one for potentially maybe in the future. Just for me, I just got the Model S. I still haven't made many videos on it because it was crashed. Now we got it back. So I got to finish out the content planned with that car. And then, you know, if the Taycan's still delayed by the time that that car comes in, maybe I'll go for an Air. But I think probably less than 50% chance I'll actually buy an Air. We'll see. I just wanted to hold my place in line, basically. Rain in Kimball. How far away is that from Cheyenne? I'm not totally sure where that is. I just don't think they have that many Grand Tourings on order. They seem to be able to sell them right now. Oh, navigation just crashed on me. Got to go back and redo it. I was just trying to zoom out. Oh, I definitely think for me personally, I need a mix of combustion cars always. I am an EV guy. I really love them. I think they're perfect for daily driving, but that's not where my passion for cars comes from. I'm very much a manual transmission, you know, cars that invoke the soul kind of person. Oh, okay, it's an hour away from here. That's fine. So if we hit rain, we'll just loop back and come this way. There's very rarely any traffic up on this road, so if we can just loop to avoid the rain, that's what we'll do. Because I'm not seeing it off in the distance yet. But just keep an eye on that radar for me if you don't mind. It doesn't really matter where we do 70 miles an hour as long as we just do it and we hit the same road in both directions. I'm trying to find a fresh Model S long range to test very soon, yes, because I think that's going to be the real big direct comparison to this car. Okay, so the rain may pass by the time we get there. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Right now the roads are dry, so I'm pleased. Okay, and if it's less than Cheyenne, then we just keep it going. Any more trips to Germany planned? Yeah, well, we're opening our office there in January. Everything gets spun up, so I'll be back and forth continuing to Germany as I have been over the next bit. I actually was supposed to go next week and ended up pushing it back because we have a lot of cars to test here, and we, are spinning up all of our channels to launch in January. So yeah, just kind of a hectic end of year. Add in a car that needs 2 days to range test because of conditions. All part of the fun, right? Yes, once their software is adapted in this car, I'll be so much more pumped up about it. And I know it's coming. The big question is, at what point? Is it a year away from it being really solid? Is it a day away? Is this new update going to fix everything? I don't know. But software is not easy. You can't really blame them for it. They had to get cars out, but yeah. Man, this thing cruises like a cloud. So nice. I literally can't hear or feel anything sitting in this stretch of road right now. It's so nice. I don't know, if the weather's good, this might be the farthest we ever get into Nebraska. I think now that the sun is out, I'm actually going to raise the rear shade just to reduce some thermal stress on the system. And there we are, fully raised. Yeah, Rivian software is pretty good. But not perfect. Like, they have a lot of work to do too. No traffic today, or really ever up here, which is why I do range testing here. Yeah, it's like a Lincoln Town Car with 800 plus horsepower, but with a really nice interior. One electric car, one ICE, perfect garage, 2-car solution. I think Rivian R1T and a GT3 Touring. Yeah, well, I was just driving the EQS SUV. I haven't driven the EQS sedan in a few months, and this is right up there with the two of them. I think those have a little bit more body movement because they're active suspension, soaking up the bumps, and even though it's probably technically smoother, you do get just kind of wafted around a little bit more, whereas this is fixed suspension, no air suspension in this car. So yeah, I almost bought a GT3, speaking of GT3s, a couple weeks ago, but it turns out that car was a little sketchy and the dealer was a little sketchy, and then I got my Leaf and I was like, oh, maybe I don't need to spend money to be excited about a car. But that would have been so cool. Not sure who that is, David, but the... oh, you mean the... Max, our guy? I don't remember what day we can talk about driving impressions on EQE. Yep, canceled the Golf R because of that GT3, but I think maybe I'll go for one pretty soon. We'll see. The market might soften over winter. I'm in no rush. I know. For me, I just really wanted to have a car to have fun with, and that would have done it. But the Leaf has been great. I mean, really a joy to drive that thing. Totally agree. Any electric car under $5,000, just a blast. Just a blast. Yeah, I'm excited to see how much air we get with the Leaf. I'm thinking we could clear a pretty good tabletop with that thing. It's impossible to go coast to coast in that Leaf. There are stretches that it can't do. I think it'll get like 35 miles on the highway. Wind is pretty low today, almost no wind. Perfect conditions other than a little drizzle we had, but that was for a couple minutes. Now we're good. I haven't done a range test on the Leaf, but I will. I think I'll do that maybe later this week. Does the smart car have more range than the Leaf? I think so, but I don't actually know. I think the last time I charged the smart car was maybe 8 weeks ago. Like, I drive it quite frequently. I just do little trips around town, never try it. I am seeing perfect conditions, folks. How does the E-Tron compare to the Lucid on the highway? Totally different. I mean, the Lucid, you just sit lower. You can tell it's a lot more aerodynamic, so cuts through the air a little bit better. I mean, we're almost at 4 miles per kilowatt hour right now, and this is after the elevation gain to get up here. Well, the manufacturer said, I actually don't remember what the EPA range rating was on the Leaf, but it's degraded. It's got 67, 66% battery life left in it because it's an old one. Still think it's a shame Nissan never liquid cooled that battery pack. I think it actually did a lot of disservice. Wow, we just passed an ID4 on that frontage road. That's cool. I haven't run a new Model S long range, but Model S's have always been pretty efficient. But I'm also finding that Model S doesn't actually show maybe all the correct numbers in the display. I was talking to some friends of mine who do lab testing on EVs, and I was only able to get, I think, 93 kilowatt hours out of Brandon's pretty new Model X long range, which you should get about 100 out of. And he said, yeah, Tesla isn't really showing the losses as part of their calculations, which makes them appear more efficient. Now, I haven't confirmed that, but that's the suspicion. And based off of how much energy I could pull out of that pack, and I went, 10 or 15 miles below zero, I feel like they might be onto something. And I confirmed with Lucid that what they show us is the actual consumption, at least as best as the onboard sensors can calculate it. Yeah, love your E-Tron, but going for a pretzel. Cell service is spotty throughout the whole test. Sorry for the bad connection through here. Yep, apologies. I think we should be back now. Just cruising 4 miles per kilowatt hour, 60 miles in, 85% state of charge left. Yep, it's the road. Actually, the left lane's, well, it's changing pavement right up here, so let's see. It should change here. Now we're on smooth pavement. And now not so smooth. It's like this every live stream. If this is the first one you've caught, I think people are already starting to know when it goes in and out. I'm just going to adjust the camera a little bit here. That should be pretty good. The road's not bad. I think it's the color change is worse than what it is. It's totally smooth in the car. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about the connection quality. I apologize. Range, of course, this is a massive upgrade from the E-Tron. Oh, that's cool. That was you in the ID4 we passed? No way. That's awesome. YouTube is a weird world. We run into viewers all the time. Like, of course, the only other EV out in the middle of nowhere would be an out-of-spec viewer. How many miles are available on the Lucid? Well, that is exactly what we're going to find out. 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Of course, we don't know the final number until we get back. That's when it all goes out. But just the most efficient I've ever seen of any car I've tested up to this point. So this should be pretty good. I really need to run an original Hyundai Ioniq, because those are pretty cool. Right, just like when Tom and Dom were driving next to each other, they had no idea. That wouldn't happen to me. I'd be looking up to see who was driving that Hummer EV. Ooh, Humvee, early one. Military one, turret with a gun on the roof. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I'll have one of those one day. 112 kilowatt hour capacity. Pacing this train on the left. One of the best horny cars. Love that. All right, well, we just burned a mile of range doing that. No, we didn't actually, but certainly didn't help. Oh, I'm back now. I was doing a horn test. Yeah, great horn. Stop wasting range. Yep. It's like a 1960s Cadillac, it's just awesome. All right, well, that's the last honk. How do I concentrate for so long during these tests? Well, most of the time, the car's just on lane centering, and as you can see, there's nothing out here. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't mind driving. I really enjoy it. Lucid does not have Dream Drive to this car. I'm hoping we're in an early software release, because I'd love to test it before it goes back, and they say it's close. I don't know. So it is all manual driving, manual steering, I should say. It has cruise control, adaptive cruise control. Pretty good too, actually. Just about to cross over 4,000 miles on the odometer. We are at 3,997. We are in eastern Wyoming, southeastern Wyoming. It's actually not bad to have a little bit of mileage on the car, because then the gearbox is kind of meshed together and the seals are kind of broken in. But you don't want too much, because you don't want battery capacity degradation. So I think we're kind of right in the sweet spot. Especially as this car has been primarily AC charged until I got it. Hey Chris, welcome to the chat. How's it going, sir? If you guys have any wine questions, Chris knows all the wine details. Do I miss Teslafy and other cars? Absolutely. That is one hell of a great service. Any of those Tesla tracking ones, I use Teslafy. I think it's great. Love the data. We are cruising through eastern Wyoming. We're just about to hit 4,000 miles on the odometer on this car. I think a really nice balance between having the gearbox broken in. There we are, 4,000 miles. between having the gearbox broken in, the seals broken in, and of course not having too much battery degradation. I think that's a really nice compromise. So yep, about to cross into the great state of Nebraska, right up around these corners, and we'll just keep on cruising. Perfect conditions, no wind, wide open roads, sitting at 70 miles an hour, 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour so far. This test is just going to go on and on and on. Little debris in the road. Sprinter. I made a whole video about battery degradation on my Tesla. On the Model 3. The Model S is still too fresh. We are on I-80, yes. About to cross into Nebraska from Wyoming. Right up over here, actually. Here we are, Nebraska, the good life. This is what I call a Nebraskan traffic jam, what we're in right now. We can see at least 3 other cars. Hadn't thought about how many hours this test will take, but I imagine most of the day. 8 hours, something like that, by the time we factor in charging and all that stuff. Really quiet road noise. These people that are passing us are pointing at the Lucid, breaking their necks. I don't think I've ever crossed into Nebraska with more than 80% charge, and we still have 83 remaining. Oh, that's cool that you saw an R1S in the wild. I still have not seen an R1S in the wild. Hopefully I'm back now. Let's see. No, I canceled the Golf R because I was going to get something a little bit spicier. Back now. Someone wants me to explain AC charging, what I meant by that. What I mean by that, it was the car has primarily been level 2 AC slow charge, which is better for the battery pack. Nope, we're not changing any of the channel names. Our rebranding is just all visual, so logos, everything's going to get a little bit more consistent, a little bit nicer. What is the new spicy car? Well, I had planned to get a GT3, but yeah, that particular car deal fell through. It wasn't as described by the seller. Let's just put it at that. How far are we in? We are 77 miles into the test. As far as I'm aware, EA is still complimentary. At least it was last time I used them, which was a couple days ago. But it wasn't every station. Would I do a GT3 RS? I test drove one, but I really was missing the manual in the RS. And for me, I'm not chasing lap times, I'm chasing driving experience. So that was the decision to not go for the RS, because our local Porsche dealer who we're really close with would have sold me, they have a lizard green RS. I know the previous owner, they would have sold it to me for a smoking deal, but it just, no such thing as the right deal in the wrong car. Why is there someone standing in the middle of the road up here? Rain in Sydney, Nebraska. Okay, well, I think we have enough clear headroom over here away from the rain clouds where we can kind of run back and forth on this stretch. Rain happened on the first stretch, on the first test. That's why we're redoing it. Audi R8, brilliant car to drive. Depends on the generation, but yes. 9972 GT3 RS. Yeah, I mean, that's a dream car. If I could find a black with orange GT3 RS 997.2, just insane. But yeah, I think a bit too special to thrash every day. Because I will drive all the cars the same, but I don't really want to do that to a 9972 unless, you know, I'm building a collection one day, but that's such a far-fetched idea. I'm at the let's build a collection of weird electric cars stage right now. I've driven the electric Porsche many times. I think I've probably done 50,000 plus miles in Taycan. .1 miles per kilowatt hour so far, but again, this is just one direction, so it's not the full picture. We set the Cannonball record in a Taycan, the EV Cannonball record beating my Model 3 record. This was a few years ago. That's now been beaten again. This car probably would do it pretty well. Taycan's just been updated with new software. I have some more videos coming in the queue for that, talking about their new preconditioning logic and their insane charging speeds. Really cool. I don't think we're going to be cannonballing anymore. I think it's probably not the right image to be blasting across the country at 160 miles an hour, especially when we are a little bit more public facing than we used to be. But I do think we could do a test where we basically drive across the country at a speed and test this car versus EQS versus Taycan versus Model S long range. Still over 80% state of charge. This is crazy. Yeah, we would do like a, I mean, I would love to just send it across the country, of course. That's my personal passion. Would love to do that, but probably not the smartest thing. And if we did, then we'd have to wait a year before we tell anyone because of statute of limitations. I'm excited about the GM EVs coming out. Yeah, I'm really curious how their 400 volt Ultium systems play out, because as far as I know, they're pretty low voltage. So we'll see how they do. I hope their price point's good. Hope the cars are good. When GM wants to engineer stuff, they do it really well, no question. But they can also build some real crappy cars. So you know, just depends on how much effort they're putting in. It sounds like quite a bit, so I'm pretty hopeful that they'll be good. Bladder's doing great so far. Really sipping the water. Haven't drank much. Allegedly, the top speed of this car is north of 150 kilometers per hour wink. Well north. %, state of charge now. I have not driven the Lucid on a track yet. We're getting the performance wheels and tires mounted up in a few days, and that's when I'll do all the performance stuff. Civic Corolla, Elantra, and Mazda 3. Well, the new Mazda 3 is truly wonderful, and the new Elantra is also truly wonderful, especially if you go for the hybrid. That's a tough one because I think the Elantra has a lot more tech than the Mazda 3, so I think for most people that's the clear choice. But Mazda 3 does handle a little bit better. So if you're into driving, I'd go Mazda. If you're into everything else, I'd go Elantra. Yeah, really cool that Peter, our viewer, let us borrow this. He is one of the nicest people on the planet. He's become a friend of and just an awesome guy. He was like, hey, oh, no way. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was a 2500 Suburban on the back of that truck. Those are super rare, and it looked to be a Duraburn conversion. That some of the government U.S. spec Suburbans are diesel swapped. Those are awesome. Yeah, looked like a U.S. government Suburban. Anyway, yeah, want the hybrid Tucson or Santa Fe? Yeah, great cars, lots of tech. Highly recommend. Is the Rivian okay? Yes, absolutely. Have I become a truck guy with the R1T? Actually, it's secretly. I've always been a truck guy. I've been a diesel, 250, 350, 2500, 3500 kind of guy. Love them. And, you know, towing stuff's great. So, yeah. Thoughts on Z06? Looks pretty spicy. Hope it's a lot better than the normal one. Hello? Hey. You think we could talk about it when we're not live streaming? I am back. Alyssa was working on a sponsor situation for us, and seems pretty cool. Excited to share it with you guys if it all comes through. Okay, looks like a construction zone. This is new and not good. What's the situation here? Taking your Model 3 to Canyonlands. Well, best advice is just drive it. Pretty easy to do. I'm back. Nice. As we slowly catch this truck. The cell boosters are nice, but they do take quite a bit of power. I have one, actually. I keep one in my Sprinter. We are almost 100 miles in, and we are at 79% state of charge, so that would put us pretty close to a 500-mile range, wouldn't it? That's pretty crazy. We are at 4.2 miles per kilowatt hour now. .65 degrees still, holding nice and steady. No one's behind us, so we're not holding up the whole state of Nebraska, but we are like going a quarter mile an hour faster than this truck. 78% state of charge now, just about 3 miles away from 100%, or sorry, from 100 miles. Yeah, so he's faster on the downhills and we're faster on the uphills. So most chargers do have compatibility up to 1,000 volts, and this is 924 volts full. And so it's higher than 800 volt. I think it's 800 nominal, but it may be even higher than that. So it's 924 volt full. Typically when you reference voltage, you reference it around 50% state of charge nominal. So yep, I would say I have the full charging graph with the voltage curve, so you guys can see exactly the entire voltage range of the battery pack. Yes, the 911 Safari prototype with the lift kit looks incredible, and I'm all for it. Seems really cool. And I really hope everyone in Colorado gets one. Yeah, well, I mean, the next car behind us, I can't even see, so I hope I'm not annoying the truck, but at the end of the day, we got to do proper testing, and mean, sitting at this speed without drafting. Yes, the Lucid could go to a supercharger and charge if they were to open up, which is capped at, you know, under 800 volts. And it just uses an onboard booster technology through their Wonder Box, which will boost the charging power up. But I'm not sure how many amps it can do on a 400 volt charger. It might, some are capped at, like Taycan's capped at 50 kilowatts unless you get an upgrade to, I think, 150. All right, here we go uphill. Let's try and pass this truck. Come on, Lucid. Yeah, it would be very efficient behind the truck, but there's a reason don't go behind him. We have the world's slowest overtake happening now. Come on, Lucid. I know, if I was in Germany, I would be the guy 5 inches from the rear bumper in an Audi. But there's no one here in Nebraska, so no one's behind me. Otherwise, I'd probably bump at a mile an hour, but nope, we're good. Taycan gets 175 kilowatts with booster on 400 volt charger. Very nice. So the full 350 amps at, you know, basically its pack voltage split. And we have completed the overtake. I know, I wish we had German speed limits, but some days I kind of treat it like it's a German Autobahn. Allegedly. You guys hear Tesla is removing ultrasonic sensors from Model 3 and Model Y over the next few months, followed by Model S and X in 2023. They're saying they can do just Tesla Vision for all the close proximity stuff. Model 3 and Y built for Europe, Middle East, America, North America, and Taiwan will rely solely on Tesla Vision. Thank you, Brandon, for sending that along. Sounds like a terrible plan. I mean, we'll see if it works, but I'm not sold yet. I guess I've never experienced something that makes me believe Tesla Vision is better at this point, but I'm open to it if it works. I'm also gonna, you know, do it in the worst conditions possible to see if it can handle it. I was thinking about putting FSD on my Model S just to make some videos about it, but I feel like I don't want to be really in that crowd. I think it's smart that we stay out of it. Thoughts on Tesla Bot? Well, I didn't watch AI Day. I really don't know anything about it, but I don't know. I think it's, I think in general, having a humanoid bot of some kind would be really cool. Yeah, today's great conditions. We had about 1.5 miles of drizzle, and now perfect. think my dad's getting the beta on his car. He has like everything approved. He just needs to put it on. There is no lane keep assist in this car, Mark, so nope, I'm steering. So if you see us swerving all over the road, it's probably when I'm getting a pretzel to eat. A little bit of water intake. Rain is sitting at Sidney, Nebraska. Well, once we start getting close to clouds, I'll flip around. We have gone 104.8 miles, 4.3 miles per kilowatt hour, 77% remaining. Yep, very smooth. I think your mother-in-law or your mother will be getting a Lucid Grand Touring. I think she'll be thrilled if she wants a smooth ride. Okay, what's going on here? Truck, move out of the way. I'm still at 70 miles an hour, but a little closer than I would like. Hitting us with some dust. Dude, chill out. Yep, he's out accelerating me, that's for sure. Yeah, certainly, I think there is a little bit of worry there, for sure. For the Tesla impaired. Yes, we always have to quote watt hour per mile for the Tesla owners. Small storm developing behind me east of Cheyenne. Oh no. Hopefully that'll be gone by the time we're back. Scooching over to let this guy through, but we got to keep it at 70. Oh, this guy's hammered down in this truck. Full throttle. We got to duck over because we're getting too close to the guy in front of us. All right, let's merge on over. Didn't come off 70 miles an hour at all, but a little too close to the truck. For short haul, battery electric makes sense for trucks, I think. For long haul, hydrogen probably isn't the worst solution for large scale. The bigger the scale, the more hydrogen makes sense to me, at least. But I'm not an expert. But I do know a lot of hydrogen experts, actually, and ones that are reasonable, not the ones that are like, oh, hydrogen for everything. I know the guys that like drive electric cars and are working on hydrogen. They're pretty cool. They're all in our office. A lot of hydrogen work is being done in our office. Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Horizon Force. Appreciate it. Blue sky ahead. I predict 488 miles. That would be awesome. 2 storms behind me. Oh, no. Well, I'm not seeing them in the rearview mirror. It's looking clear to me. But I am seeing some gray skies up ahead. I have rain in both directions, in front of me and behind me. Okay, well, let's see what we can do to try to avoid it, and we'll try and slip through the storms if possible. I think that's going to be our best option. Looks like they're going south. Oh, good. Awesome. But I'm seeing rain off in the distance. I don't know if you guys see it dropping down, way off in the distance. So I think the next exit, I'm going to flip around and avoid that. No, Tom had the bigger battery version of this, more capacity, same wheels. So I think this will have a little bit less because it has a smaller battery pack capacity by about 4 kilowatt hours. Right, the storms are chasing us today rather than the other way around. Is there a better American-made EV than this for 100 grand? I mean, I would say a Rivian's pretty sweet. But if you want a luxury sedan, this is your only other electric option that's American. So it's the best and the worst alternative. Okay, looks to me like we're going to be taking this exit right up here and just looping around, avoiding that storm up ahead. Looks like we can go to Sydney and stay in the clear. So what do you guys think? Should we just stay on the course? Yeah, not sure if I want to risk that. It doesn't really hurt if we flip around. Stay the course. Go for it. All right. I'm blaming you if I have to cancel this test. We're going straight. Has to be a sedan. Well, there's not many other options other than a Model 3, Model S, or Lucid Air. All right, we're hammered down. Stay in the course. So quiet in here. We are at 75% state of charge right now. I'm gonna do a little video update. You now join us at 75% state of charge, and by us I mean the live stream viewers and me. It's a car full of people. I don't know how we were able to fit a couple hundred people in this Lucid Air, but somehow we have. 75% state of charge, 113 miles driven, 4.3 miles per kilowatt hour. The most efficient I've ever had on this test up to this point. Again, I would love to run an original Ioniq. That's a very efficient car, but for a large sedan like this, Lucid definitely has some magic. You don't need to convince me. 4.3 miles per kilowatt hour at 70 constant in one direction is looking great. We have the live stream guys, me actually monitoring some storms around us, so we might have to take some loops early or later, depending, but basically we're going to try and slip through all the rain. Perfect conditions, really bright, sunny, wide open roads, but some storm cells kind of in the area, so we're just going to be moving around those with the help of these guys. Nice Defender coming up in Pangea green with the white roof. Gotta love that. With Steelies, wonderful. So it's a 4-cylinder one. That's cool. And yeah, let's just keep on motoring. 75%, well over 100 miles driven. Can't believe that. All right, there's a little update. That Defender looked awesome. Dad, you're asking some weird questions about cars having babies. Doug doesn't have Steelies on his Defender. Because he's got the inline 6. We're at 4.4 miles per kilowatt hour. It's teetering between 4.3, 4.4. It's settled back to 4.3, but maybe on the next downhill it'll go back up. Looks good to exit 55 or 59. Well, I don't want to push it too close to the storm. There's really no reason to. So I think I'm going to take this exit. not watched Doug's R1S video, but I heard he loved it. Have not watched Doug's R1S video, but I heard he loved it. EV's range will get better. I actually think we'll see a trend towards less range, smaller batteries, and more efficiency. Will Rivian make a sedan? I kind of hope not. I hope they make like a rally wagon. That'd be so cool, like a little hatchback. Really need like a Golf R that's fully electric, that shreds. Man, 116.4 miles, still at 75%, 4.4 miles per kilowatt hour constant now. That storm is just sitting there. That's what it's looking like to me. It doesn't look like it's moving anywhere. So we'll take the next exit to avoid it. Rain behind exit 391. The one behind me is south of the highway. Great. This is kind of fun. It's like we really got to plan this route properly so we avoid rain. Where is all this coming from? Normally we don't get much rain in northern Colorado or out here. Roadworks. Ooh, and traffic up ahead. Uh-oh. Maybe we should have flipped around. Let's see how this plays out. Speed limit's still high. Everyone's still out accelerating me. Not sure if Lucid fails. I don't know if someone would buy out the tech or not. But I think they got enough cash in the bank. I'm not really a good company analyst. Okay, this is not looking great. We've had this once, couple times before in a range test where we have this slight construction zone. Uh-oh. Having to drop 68 miles an hour now instead of 70. Let's all pick up the pace, folks. Next 8 miles. All right. Well, this, yeah. We've gotten hit by this one before. Not the end of the world. Just a couple under 70. It's almost 2 lanes. I could almost squeeze a little past, but I don't have enough top speed to do it. Yeah, the goal here is not for real-world range testing, because in the real world, I would get way less range than this because I drive a lot faster. Come on, just squeeze a little bit more to the right. We could get a pass in. I mean, we're getting full hit with air. It's not like we're driving. We're just going a few under 70. The cruise control wants to go for it. I'm taking it off cruise. It was ready to go for a pass. Where did all the oncoming traffic go, though? Oh, that's right. They're in our left lane. I was looking on the other side of the road. Man, we totally could. If I could nail it, we could have squeezed a pass in there. But there's no way. No way that would be good for results. I'd rather just eat a couple miles under and go for it on the other side. But looks like we might get hit going the other way. Okay, so at least we know for the range test. Let's get through this construction zone. Let's get back on the other side. All you need is one slow vehicle like that to hold everyone up. And if we take this exit, can we get back on? I don't think the answer is yes. Is it? I'm going to try it, because worst case, we just get back on the highway. Let's see how we can get back on the highway. So worst case, we continue the way we were going. So how do we go on going west? Yeah. Just popping off the highway here to make a loop, although I'm not totally sure if we're able to loop back onto the highway here. Let's see how this all plays out. We'll have to see. We may have to continue going the way we were, although it looks totally closed if you ask me. There is a frontage road up here which I can run at 70 miles an hour at until it merges back up with the highway. So let's get it back up to 70 and just continue down these little straight roads. As long as we're doing 70, it's fine with me. Okay, coming up to the frontage road, and we'll just sit at 70 on that road until it merges back up with the highway. Yep. Not very far at all. Although I'm seeing a truck stopped up here, which I'm going to go around. Here we go, a little bit out of the way, not the end of the world. I'd rather do this than sit in that construction zone, because at least here we can maintain 70. Limit is 55, allegedly. It doesn't say in what units, it just says speed limit 55. Could be in, who knows. Coasting through, wide open roads, that's what we like to see. Gentle acceleration, speed limit 65, we can go 70 easy. Gentle acceleration up, no problem. 71, 72, locked in. And here we are, just running parallel to the highway on the frontage road, actually, cruising at 70 miles an hour. Not the end of the world, we'll just link back up with the highway up over here in a couple miles, and then we'll be good to go. We'll know just to avoid this side of I-80 for future loops. Nothing to see here, just cruising along in our electric sedan. Wow, we should just run on frontage roads rather than highways. This is perfect. I can see the highway over to the left as well. This is great. I don't know if you guys can see the trucks on the highway just over there to the left, but that's the highway, and we have a wide open frontage road, so it makes no difference to me. This is perfect, and we'll just link back up after the end of that construction zone, and this couldn't have worked out better. This is perfect. Asphalt is smoother. Yeah, I mean, this is way better than sitting on the highway. It's the Lincoln Highway Scenic something or other. Scenic and Historic Bypass. Well, that's what we're doing, I guess, using it as a bypass. Yeah, we need to get our own closed loop. I've been actually looking at oval tracks, but a lot of them are too tight. Looks like weather is clear for the rest of the test. Wonderful news. That's great. Well, this couldn't have worked out better, and I think much better result than sitting in that construction zone on the way back. Miles per kilowatt hour is 4.4. Very efficient. We're at 72% state of charge. 126.8 miles. Yeah, this thing's just incredible. Really. For all your Tesla lovers, that's 227 miles per kilowatt hour. Again, I don't know if we'll get the full 112 out of it, but I'm feeling like maybe high 400s is better. I was thinking we'd get 420, 430 out of it. I don't know why I was thinking so low. I guess my experience road tripping this, I haven't driven it at 70. I've been driving it at 80, 85, and it's much less efficient than it is here. Just cracking open a little Red Bull just to wake me up a little bit. Yeah, 227 watt-hour per mile at 70. Are you kidding me? That's truly insane. The more Red Bull I drink, the lighter we get. Growing some wings here. Technically, I don't know how well that would hold up if you do a top speed test and say, I don't know what the speed limit is. It just says 55. It doesn't say 55 watts. I don't know if that would hold up in court, but it'd be a fun argument. But technically here it's 65, so we're going 5 over, not the end of the world. Any wind today? Very little. I mean, you can see the trees barely moving. I think it's 5 miles an hour, something like that. Really a perfect day for this. We just have to dodge the storms, which it sounds like we're doing a pretty good job of. Dodge the storms, dodge the construction zones, drive the car. And man, this is way prettier than driving on the highway. The problem is when we have to pass cars. Imagine doing the world's slowest pass on a road like this, which looks like we're just about to have to do. Train on the right, that's cool. Car hauler, that looks pretty nice. No passing zone, just as we get up behind the slow Corolla. Well, I guess it's the same as hitting the construction zone. How about that for timing? Why couldn't we have hit this guy a half a mile back? Well, we're about to merge back on the highway here pretty soon. Oh, we got diesel locomotive pushers right here in the middle of the train. How about that? Indicating for the overtake. Gentle overtake occurring. Nothing to see here. Sitting at 70 miles an hour. There is a car coming towards us, but I think we can time it just fine. That was the world's oldest person driving that Toyota. Pretty impressive. %, state of charge. Breaking out the starbursts. Damn, don't ever give me Starbursts as a snack, because I will down these things. I love them. Oh, the turn signal sounds pretty terrible. Pretty terrible. That needs to get fixed in a software update. Because I haven't heard one person who said they like the turn signal sound. Well, one person likes it. All right, here we are getting close to the highway merge point. Yeah, I think Volvo's ads bashing full electric vehicles are really dumb. Really dumb. I actually called them out on it on Twitter, and Volvo reached out to me. We're like, you don't get it. We're trying to promote plug-in hybrids. I'm like, why would you pitch battery electric customers to go full hybrid? That's really dumb. And so we just agreed to disagree. All right, here we go. This is where we merge back onto the highway. Full regen. This truck's turning. Well, we're just gonna go in front of you. Thanks very much. Gotta take that New York drive into Nebraska. They don't know how to handle it. All right, we're going to take a wide turn onto the highway here because I want to keep the speed up. So we are doing full NASCAR style, rumble strip, apexing it all the way through. Oh yeah, momentum through the corner. That never happened on YouTube, folks. Gentle accelerations up the highway on-ramp. Back to 70 miles an hour now. Wow, where did all this traffic come from? Good thing everyone's going a little bit faster than us. Well, that frontage road is good to know that that exists, because that really saved our butts there. We had some rain yesterday and had to cancel the test. Speed limit here is 75 miles an hour. No, I've actually gotten past Sydney in a range test before. I don't know. Typically, I turn around at about 55% state of charge, but I turned around a bit early just because of the rain. So we'll just run loops. I don't mind shorter loops. Yep, still on the 19-inch wheels. I'll do a little test of the efficiency on 19-inch wheels versus 21-inch wheels before we swap them out. So I'll probably do a charging station to Cheyenne and back on the small wheels, and then I'll do the same after we put the big wheels on. And that way we can kind of determine that percentage difference, apply that to our 70 mile an hour range test number that we get today, and then we'll kind of know the range on the bigger wheels. It's not fully perfect, but it's close enough. Yeah, yesterday was too much rain, and it looked like it was rain throughout the test. Today we had a small drizzle for about 1.5 miles. The road never really got crazy wet. But I could at least see out here that it was clear, so that's why we decided to stick with it, and I'm glad we did, because I'm very pleased with how the test is going so far. Hey Dad, thanks for the 99 cents, appreciate it. Keeping the out-of-spec channel surviving. Bigger wheels typically indicate less range, unless you're talking Rivian, where the bigger wheels do get more range than the smaller ones because of tire selection. Dad, when are you going to get your Lucid Air? You still have it on order? There are some trucks without limiters, very rarely, but sometimes you'll like roll along a truck and they're doing like 95 miles an hour, just full sending it. But typically they drive out here 70, 75 miles an hour, which is a little bit annoying for the range test because the typical speed cap of a truck is 68 and we run 70. And so we have, very slow passes. This thing without a glass roof would be really, I think, claustrophobic. The roof on this is incredible. I think they need to redesign their sun visors, though, like Model X, to put them into the A-pillar, because it blocks the view. It's really quite a shame, actually. I can tell now that the sun's position has changed a little bit. The AC went up one fan level. I'm actually going to raise the temperature to 69 because I actually don't need it that cold. I always stay between 68 and 72 indicated on HVAC auto. Yeah, it's typically how I do it. Correct, no lane centering in Lucid. I tend to just live stream most of my road trips and drives. They seem to make them go farther along for me. I don't think we make any money from them, but it's just fun to interact with you guys rather than just sitting here in silence for 9 hours or however long it's going to take. Now I can just sit here and talk to myself and hope you guys can hear me. Best job in the world, but it does have boring moments, including days like today. Yeah, I'm 6'1", and I do have good headroom, but what I don't have is like forehead room. So like the glass roof comes really close to my forehead, where I tend to sit pretty close to the wheel, as you guys know, especially when I'm driving quickly. And if I take a swig of water, the water bottle hits the windshield. Yeah, the difference between 70 and 90 miles an hour seems to be about 1 mile per kilowatt hour difference in this car. Maybe 1.3, 1.2, something like that. Because I was getting 2.8 to 3.1 cruising at 85 to 95, and now we're getting 4.2 to 4.4 doing 70. Can't someone else drive 72 miles for hours on end? Yes. The hard part, honestly, for the range test is the last 2%, the getting it close to zero. That takes a very fine level of understanding of how cars perform, and not every EV is the same. So you kind of need to have a total system understanding to really eke out that last few miles. The majority of the test anyone can do. Efficiency at VMAX, now we're talking. I just did a video on that actually with the Taycan. 4.4 since we left the charging station. We're actually down to 4.2 right now, just because we're starting the loop. No, I didn't try car scanner. I couldn't find, I have like 10 different OBD adapters and I can't find any of them. I gotta order some more. I don't really know all the details of the Magna and Fisker situation, but everything I'm seeing seems to be pretty positive. But again, I don't really know any information I shouldn't know. Nice VNL 760 going for the pass. I'm a big Volvo truck fan. This guy like slammed on the brakes on the right. Don't know what his deal was. Actually, I'm gonna hang here on the left for now. That's cool that you saw some Lucids in Arkansas. I've never driven a semi before. I'd really love to. This guy's probably wide open throttle on the right, and he just gets the speed on the downhill, so we probably won't be able to pass him before the crest. He'll accelerate off, and hopefully he can build up enough of a buffer to stay ahead. I really hate to run next to these guys, but we gotta drive at 70. So here he goes. He should rocket along now. Yep, there he moves. And as he puts some distance in, we will duck over to the right lane. It does not tell me how much regen we've accumulated, no. Vampire drain issues on R1T. Well, I actually don't know how much of it is truly vampire drain or just BMS sway. Keep in mind, most people park their truck at night, temperatures drop, usable capacity of the battery pack goes down. I actually need to do a video on this. And then if it warms back up, your capacity goes back up. Also, the only way to truly measure vampire drain is to put current clamps on the battery terminals on the exit and see how much current flows out throughout the waiting period. Have I ever driven an original Tesla Roadster? Yes, and they're really fun. Yes, you need a special license for semis in America. Yep. Most fun EV I've driven? I don't know. I still think Model 3 is one of the best platforms for having fun. Yeah, FSD works when people pay attention. The problem is it lulls you into a false sense of security and people don't pay attention. So like you mentioned, easy to take over, absolutely. I just think there's no training to the end users, or no really even like in-your-face how-to guides. And someone who's just getting the car, I know a lot of people I meet at chargers and stuff, they think their car genuinely drives itself. And I'm like, it doesn't do that. You gotta like pay attention. Don't go to sleep there, bud. Yeah, I mean, you really, I guess I've driven a lot of Model 3s with chassis modifications. I agree that the new one, especially with the soft suspension and the performance, really isn't wonderful, but it's a great chassis to build on. You can really, I mean, for example, my friend Drew just took his Model 3 Performance sticky tires. He took it to a Porsche autocross and came in first place out of like 50 cars. So the Tesla beat every Porsche there. I mean, that's pretty fast. That's pretty cool. A lot of it's driver. Drew's a fast driver, but weird that you had some smoke in your Model 3. That doesn't sound good. Do I think I'll get the opportunity to drive the Rimac Navara? Yes, we've spoken to Rimac, and it's sort of in progress. We'll see when it happens. Oh, that Kia climate control / radio control, crazy. Here, nice. Tag axle in the rear, probably passive. Big fan of what Newmar is doing, especially in their King Air, their top of the line stuff. So nice for a production coach. I'm still a Newell guy. Hope to own a Newell one day, but that F-150 Platinum flat-toed behind the Newmar, looking good. Yeah, it's probably getting 5 miles to the gallon, I would say. Probably not 3. But still pretty terrible. BYD testing happening pretty soon. NIO, not sure. Need to reach out to them. I want to go show the battery swap station at our favorite charging location in Germany. Okay, here's that short construction zone we have to get through. This one doesn't really bother me so much. Well, there's really nothing out here to hit, so you can send it. This was the construction zone that was just about half a mile to 1 mile long. And we're doing an indicated 70 miles an hour, which is 68. So let's hope this dude pins it. But we are dropping slightly. All part of the range testing. Happens from time to time. Clear skies, yep. Guys, no internet. Yep, sorry for the internet connection. All good. That construction zone, really no impact. That was good. What the heck is going on here? Mute. Thank you. what's the best value EV for a $75,000 budget? Well, what are you trying to do with it? Hey there, how are you? Sorry about that. Was just on the phone. Should be back now. How streamlined is the Lucid? I don't know. I forget the exact coefficient of drag, but coefficient of drag times frontal surface area will give you sort of how slippery it is. What do I miss most about the States when I'm in Germany? Honestly, the food. And yeah, the food is much better in the US versus Germany, to me at least. And finding food. And things that are open at weird hours of the day. Right, the dogs and Alyssa, yes. Of course, but they can come with me. This guy is hammered down in this Freightliner Cascadia coming up alongside. Full beans, baby, up the hill. That dude is not messing around at all. He's even full German style, getting left turn signal on. Yeah, Bavaria has better food for sure. Northern Germany is just not my jam. How did out of spec born? That doesn't really make too much sense. You mean, how did we start out of spec? Well, we just started making videos. Started filming some Tesla stuff. Oh, finally, the whole day a car, we're holding up the car during this pass. No, I don't think it's possible to build a fun manual transmission EV. Electric motors do have power characteristics, but they typically... Are we back? Is it looking like rain ahead, or are we clear? I'm not sure what Colton's going to do with the Lucid. I think he's been thinking about it. Clear for the test? All right, well, we'll just hammer down then. As you guys know, we've just been looping around on I-80, and what a beams and clouds. So far, no issues. Crossing back into Wyoming. I'm sure we'll end up back into Nebraska at some point again. Typically, I'd go all the way out to maybe even the end of Nebraska. Probably not that far, but this thing's got some range. But we're just having to loop around some storms. Doesn't matter either way. So welcome to beautiful Wyoming. That pavement change was the swap into Wyoming. Here you can see the sign that says, "Welcome to Wyoming." Love it. We've been looping back and forth, so continuing straight through. Driven 174.7 miles. We're at 60% state of charge, and we are averaging 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Yep, so those are the stats right now. Got a long way ahead, yes. Any more range than this, that's for sure. Feeling pretty good on the bladder so far. The most uncomfortable range test I've ever done, probably in my smart car, because that thing's not the best on the highway. There is no estimated range calculation in this car. It's a rated range calculation, but I don't really know what to expect. I'm thinking at least another 250 miles or so. Maybe 200. So everyone said we're clear of storms, and it certainly looks that way. But it is looking cloudier up ahead, which isn't a bad thing. I don't mind the clouds, but I do mind the rain. And I do see cars coming at us with some headlights on, but it doesn't look like it's raining. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we just turn around just out of pure safety. we should probably take the next exit looking at the clouds up ahead. It doesn't appear to be raining from my view, and Livestream viewers say it's not, but maybe safe than sorry. Exit 367, small area of precip. Yeah, perhaps we should have gotten off of that exit there. We'll take the next one. Yep, I think we should have gotten off. Getting a small drizzle right now, but nothing too bad. We'll take the next exit and get out of this thing. Yeah, the phone mount definitely makes some noise, sorry. I can try and lock y'all back in. See if I can make this a little bit better. There we go. See a little drizzle hitting the windshield here. We'll be taking the next exit, flipping around, yep. Still sunny over to the left. Is it a feeling of happy satisfaction and enjoyment to drive the Lucid? I wouldn't say that. Synthetic fuels have a place for sure. I think it's pretty interesting. Which mile marker now? Let's take a look. I'll let you know. See the next exit up ahead, I think. We are at 389. We had a tiny sprinkling, nothing that would affect anything right there. But I'm also seeing the next exit. Alrighty, well I think we'll flip around here. Look, very nice. Locked back in at 70 miles an hour, GPS accurate. Let's keep motoring. I just flipped around if you guys missed it. We are now heading back west on I-80. Oh yeah, heading east right now. Thank you. going for a little bit of a chip snack, I think. Little chip snack. I've been sipping on the Red Bull, actually. Speed limit 80. Clear to I-76. I don't actually even know where that is. I assume. Nice conditions for this test today. Really loving it. If I could have this every time, I would. Yeah, it would be fun to do multiple cars at the same time. We just did that with the Rivian. Well, we did 3 Rivians, each with a different wheel size, side by side. It was pretty cool. We have driven 199 miles. So we know the Lucid Air will do at least 200 miles on a charge. We have about 54% remaining. I got to do a little video update. We have reached 200 miles under our belt so far. Sometimes when we're getting close to this number, I am all the way back in Colorado running EVs out. We're at very low percent, but right now 200 miles traveled on the nose, 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour, and 54% battery remaining. We'll see how the rest plays out, but definitely looking at over 400 miles on this test. How close to 500 will it actually go? That's the big question. I don't think we'll see 500, but I think we're going to see mid fours. I don't know. Time will tell. But have to say, very quiet cabin. No wind noise. Oh, very little road noise. You do hear tire impact noises on bumps and undulations, but that's to be expected. Not much you can do about that. Just a cruiser. So nice. The bladder's holding up well. Haven't had to stop for a restroom break at all. And the seats are very comfortable for long distance. Very comfortable seats. And I'm not using the massage function on this trip, but the massaging is pretty good as well. So nice job to Lucid to build such a comfortable long distance cruiser, especially for their first EV. This is a way more comfortable cruiser than I have the newest Model S than the Model S. This thing blows it away cruising on the highway. $70 miles an hour, yep. Nope, we're actually heading away from Colorado. Almost to Nebraska now. Amazing how quickly weather can change. Just a few minutes ago when we were on this stretch before we turned around, we had a slight sprinkle for about 5 seconds, and now full sun. Apple Core. Sorry, but sometimes your messages don't come up where I can see them. Do I have any estimates as to what range I think the car will come in at? Probably 430, 440, somewhere in there is what I'm feeling, but some people think higher. We have 53% state of charge remaining. Nebraska, starting in Wellington, Colorado, where we start all of our range tests. Where are we headed? Back to where we started. This is a range test, not a road trip. Yep, this one has the Dolby Atmos sound system. Another big train down there on the left. This time they got 4 diesel pullers. Hello from Ontario. Cool. Hey from Nebraska. Used to live in Ontario. Is the sound system better than the Model 3s? For me, no, but mostly because there's no subwoofer in this thing. I mean, there is, but it's not strong enough. I mean, from like an actual true representation of the sound standpoint, I'm sure this is pretty accurate, and it's got a pretty good, you know, this surround sound function, pretty cool. But sometimes I just want the bass to hit, and like I was in the E-Tron earlier, and like we blew the windows out to the dude next to us. It was awesome. Like that thing bumps, and this is like skipped leg day for the subwoofer. Yeah, today is a beautiful day for a range test. Dodging a couple little rainstorms here and there, but oh yeah, I used to live in Toronto. I mean, this was years ago. I lived right downtown. It was a building called the L Tower. It was a glass building and had like a curvature roof, and I had a view of the CN Tower right out my window, an unobstructed view. It was pretty beautiful, really cool. Lived there for almost a year. Have I seen BMW's i4 electric car? Yeah, I've made plenty of videos with it too. The i4, we just did a Model 3 performance versus i4 Canyon Road video comparison. No, it does not have auto steer. No lane centering in this car. At least not yet. Tom is back in the chat. We have traveled 210.1 miles. We're at 52% state of charge. We are averaging 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour. So that would put us on track for 430, is it? Maybe a little bit more. That was my prediction all along. Tom, you were thinking we'd get 490 something. 440 is the math. I mean, look, it's still possible. We still technically are higher elevation than when we started, so we'll drop down a little bit. Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. You average 4.3. I'm at 4.1, but we've seen a high of 4.4. So it's fluctuating in between. But yeah, I think at the end of this thing, we might end up with 4.3. We'll have to see. Right, I don't think we'll see 500 out of this. Yeah, we're actually planning on going across Canada in the next couple months for a video. We were thinking about taking the E-Tron because it would be like cold weather, E-Tron. We have studded winter tires on it anyway, which would be awesome to play around with. And we thought that'd be a fun video series. It's like, can you take a pretty low range EV across Canada in the winter? Which do I like driving better, the Lucid or the Rivian? I think I much prefer, well, the Rivian's a better all-around vehicle because it can tow and off-road and do stuff like that. But for highway cruising, I much prefer the Rivian. I mean, the Lucid, excuse me. Temperature 65 degrees, holding steady. Pretty much been that this whole test. Model Y coming towards us. We are getting the R1S towards the end of October for testing. Yep, agree. If you want to cover distance, go for a Lucid. How many bathroom breaks? 0. No, I don't have any like pee bottles or anything like that. I'll stop if I have to pee, but I don't have to pee. Normally I don't. I mean, I have the road tripping bladder of steel, typically, but I did drink actually more than I usually do. Probably because I was thinking about not drinking so much. I'm like, oh, I'm actually going to drink some more, but I don't actually have to pee at all. Yeah, the ergonomics in this car are great. Really like them. The only thing I wish is I could sit like another 2 inches lower. Then it would be perfect for me. The lane centering sucks on this car, but it doesn't actually have any lane centering, so you can't say it sucks if it doesn't have it. When do you think I'll be able to test the Lyric? I have not heard anything about it, so no idea, no plans. But I will get to it at some point, whether I borrow it from a viewer or Cadillac sends it to us. Normally, GM is great about sending us cars here to Colorado, so I imagine we'll get one out here to test. Yeah, maybe the driver sucks. That's me. Yep. Penne alla vodka, pizza, or steak. Wow, those are all 3 of my favorite. How did you know, Dad? Cruising. Couldn't ask for better conditions. 50% state of charge. Time for an update. We are now at 50% state of charge, 217.9 miles into the drive at the moment. Absolutely beautiful conditions. Couldn't ask for a better day. We had to do a little bit of dodging of rainstorms, but just perfect conditions, no traffic, absolutely amazing. I'm thinking we're going to see 440, 450 miles at the end of this test. Again, we're at a little bit higher elevation now than when we started, so maybe we'll see upwards of 450 closer on. But take a look at this, a whole convoy of military vehicles coming towards us. That is pretty freaking sweet to see. Gotta love that. Looks like they're all built on the Ford Dually Super Duty chassis. That's pretty cool. With a police escort. Well, let's hope we don't get stuck behind them, but we'll just keep looping around on I-80 until it's time to head back to Wellington. AT&T is our provider. Colorado and Toronto are totally different. Greetings from Sweden. Hello from Nebraska. Alright, should be back now. I think Mercedes was jamming us. Maybe it was BMW. You never know. And we're back. Yeah, just blame it on Mercedes or BMW for jamming us. You never know with these guys. Beautiful views up here today. Absolutely gorgeous. Hello from Switzerland. Hey from Nebraska. Had your GPS jammed on one of your flight lessons. Oh, that's crazy. We've traveled 222.4 miles at 49% state of charge, 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour. Yep, I've made videos with XC40, C40, and Polestar 2, all built on the same CMA platform. Some on this channel, some on our reviews channel, some on some other channels. How many kilowatt hours consumed so far? It doesn't actually tell me that. But if you do 223.2 miles at a 4.1 mile per kilowatt hour rate, you can do the math. Conditions right now, really perfect conditions. It's 66 degrees now, Fahrenheit. Oh, you saw the Lucid at the event in Zurich. Very cool. All right, I think we need to get off of this exit to avoid the big construction zone, if I remember correctly. So I think we're gonna loop around here. We just went through the short, that's 1 mile construction zone, but somewhere up ahead is the big, like 8 mile one. Although, is it one more exit? Well, let's go for it. Worst case, we can do the frontage road thing again. That worked out pretty well. Wait, it is this one, isn't it? Yeah, I actually think this is the one we need to take. Yep. That's the amount of regen. Excuse me, sorry. Locked back in. So is that a shower I'm seeing up ahead? What is that up there? Because it's looking like it might just be a tiny bit north of that storm system right up there. We might need to try and get on the other side of that. Or is that light coming down? I can't tell if that's rain or not. Off to the right there, that looks like a little bit of a shower, but I don't think we're going to hit. Pine Bluffs has a shower. Okay, it looks like rain is just covering 80. Huh. Let's see. North up. Where is Pine Bluffs? Pine Bluffs, that's ahead. Okay, I'm seeing that. So that's what I'm seeing at Pine Bluffs. Well, we just went through there and it was bright as day sunny. Okay, well, we can always turn around at that last exit in Nebraska if it starts to rain. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Yep, a lot of work, a lot of fun. We're sort of straddling this storm right now. Suggest turning at exit 8. Okay, will do. Looking pretty gray up there. Let's hope that breaks up by the time we need to get back to Wellington. Otherwise, we're going to have to push through it. Range so far is good. 236 miles at 46% remaining. We are like in this clear bubble around this storm. But I'm seeing rain off to the left, but I think that's continuing south. We are in blue skies at the moment. All about strategy here. Cheyenne is much worse currently. Okay. So exit 8 is the exit that you suggest we flip at. Straight ahead is clear. Actually, that's not what we're seeing on the weather radar. So exit 8 is just up here. You still confident about that exit 8 turnaround? Next exit's 9 miles after that. Looking. All right, you got 60 seconds. I mean, it does look pretty gnarly up there. But it all looks south of the highway. Here's exit 8, turn now. Okay, will do. Time to flip. Taking it off. Yeah, it's looking not great up there. I agree. We're like battling construction zones, rain. Thankfully, not much else. Let's just continue through sprinters. Carrying momentum through the corner again. This one's a pretty sharp one though, so wide as possible. In we go. Full racing line. So it is 106 miles to the come and go where we need to end this thing. So the big question is, can we make it there? It says 21%, so we can only go another 10% in this direction, roughly, before we have to turn around and go through Cheyenne. So what's the storm looking like in Cheyenne, and how big is it, and how long would we hit it for? That's the question. I don't know what to expect from the Max Pack Rivian. Showers look like they're moving southeast. Okay, good. So hopefully we'll be clear by the time we get over there. We're at 44% right now, 243 miles driven. Well, it looks like great weather, but we've been having to dodge some storm systems, so we've gotten really lucky. The big question is, can we pierce through and get back to Colorado? So, yeah, I mean, the car is predicting a 21% arrival. So we can buy some time up here if we need to. I don't know how many cars Lucid's made so far. Risk it with luck to get through Cheyenne. Hello from Poland. Hey from Nebraska. Because yeah, I mean we can only buy so much to make that. So looking at the precipitation map looks pretty good. We'll see. Man, we just made it through clean this construction zone run, but it looks like we're going to have to drop it a couple miles an hour for these slow pokes. Well, keep in mind, Lucid doesn't rate the car. It's running the EPA cycle. Oh, maybe you're talking about production, sorry. So, let's see. I think we can try and stretch it one more exit. Worst case, we take that frontage road back. I really did not mind that at all. Let's see. Come and go in Wellington. Go. Let's see what it says. So it shows 21% if we were to exit here. So we can definitely push it. And the sky looks good ahead. We're going to give Cheyenne as much time as possible to clear out. Hey, Eric, thanks so much. Last 2 weeks of your run at Tesla. Oh, it looks like you work there. You're leaving. Nice. Moving on to provide some much needed hardware support for EA and EVgo. Very cool. Sounds like a very worthwhile job. Have not heard any Taycan production delay updates other than not seeing mine anytime soon. Taking a while. So what do you guys think? Should we go to the next exit after this and risk taking the frontage road back? I'm trying to remember. Actually, I think we can do one more exit. So I think we'll do that. One more. Then we'll flip around. But that's as far as I want to push it, because then there's that 8-mile construction zone, and we just can't be stuck at 8 miles each way at under 70 miles an hour. So I think this will be, the next one is the last exit before the construction zone, and then we're giving the storm in Cheyenne as much time as possible to get out of the way, and I'd rather have a few sprinkles than sit at 50 miles an hour. Found an actual car going slower than us through here. How about that? Yeah, if only we could go back this way, that would be wonderful. That car was a Jeep. I've driven 256.6 miles so far. We're at 42%, 4.1 miles. Heading back to Fort Collins, or Wellington, I guess. And hopefully that's enough time for the rain to clear out of Cheyenne. Oh, my mom is here? That's cool. How's it going? Going well. Hope you're doing well. Tesla is removing ultrasonic sensors. Yes, I know that. Heard that. Sounds... I don't get it. But that's okay. Maybe they'll prove us all wrong and it'll actually be good. It's too early to speculate. So it is 105 miles back to where we started. So we're 105 miles away. And we're at 41% state of charge. And what's the weather in Cheyenne looking like? If anyone has a weather map, that would be helpful. Because I don't want to continue. Yeah, my dad actually just took a road trip in his Model S. He has a new one, vision only. And he said he saw no phantom braking on his road trip. And but I also had one on the same software on my Model S the other day. It phantom braked really aggressively. So taking this exit here, this is, I think, going to be our final flip around. And here we are taking exit 29. This is the last exit before the long construction zone ahead, I believe. The car is predicting a 16% arrival, so we can play around a little bit more. We're just discussing on the live stream the potential of a small storm near Cheyenne, so we're going to try to avoid it. We're maybe going to time it right so we can just slip right through. That's the ultimate goal, but hopefully it doesn't last very long if we do hit it. Up to this point, we've had near perfect conditions. Super pleased with how the test is going. It's just been wonderful. Perfect skies up here, very little wind. What we're doing now is just looping around, I think for the last time, here at 41%, 260 miles traveled, 4.1 miles per kilowatt hour, and we're going to be heading back to where we started. So let's go do all of that. See, man, I don't know what to expect for range, but we're looking deep into the 400 range, which will be kind of cool. Oh, wait, did I go on the wrong way? Crap. Totally. Leave it to me. Right next to each other. See the lower one down there. We just got to make a quick U-turn. I thought this was the frontage road. Thankfully, we are in Nebraska. And not in the middle of Denver. 71 miles to Cheyenne, so we're an hour outside of Cheyenne. Hopefully that gives enough time for the weather to clear. Cheyenne's looking better. Good news. Yeah, that was a little bit of a visual mind warp there. But leave it to me. It's the most out of spec thing that'll happen all day. Rain just clearing I-80 at Cheyenne. Great, so it has an hour to dry out the roads. I'm feeling pretty good about this. Sandy, you are a legend. I mean, I really think we need... Sandy gets the big shout out of the day here, monitoring our loops. Feeling pretty good on the bladder. No need to stop remotely anytime soon, I don't think. Yeah, it's so funny. My Model 3 would have run out 30 miles ago in this test, roughly, and I still have 40% state of charge remaining. Uh-oh. Swift truck. Better be careful. Can't ever trust a Swift driver. Rain just moved south of I-80 and hell yeah, brother. We're good. Well, that was a gamble. The Swift driver didn't kill us, and the rain is clearing. What a day. We got a dude in a cowboy hat rolling up in a Subaru Outback from Virginia. It's like, sir, just because you're in Nebraska doesn't give you the right to wear the hat. They're checking out the Lucid, of course. Yeah, I like to make... Oh, Tesla truck. I mean, not a Tesla semi, but a truck full of Teslas on it. I like to make fun of Swift drivers, but generally they're pretty great. There's just a few oddballs out there. They've earned themselves a reputation. I have the standard tires on it right now, the range aero setup. Hey, I'd start an out-of-spec weather channel. Oh, Sandy, you had a chat with my dad. That's awesome. I love that my dad's now a YouTuber. It's pretty fun. Alyssa took all 3 dogs on a walk. That sounds miserable. If this is the most interesting thing on YouTube right now, we got some big problems. Oh, there was a rocket launch? That's cool. Yeah, I want to test a Refresh S and compare it to this for sure. YouTube needs picture-in-picture. Yeah. I just got a notification on my watch that Alyssa finished a workout. That must have been the dog one. Can I say any details about this one? I don't think so. It said she walked 2.3 miles with the dogs. I'm going to reply on my watch and say, good job getting out for a walk. I love how that's the first recommendation. What's the range on the GT? Well, that's what we're trying to find out. My dad says every video is going to be a good one. Well, this is going to be a good one. Cole rolled. I just let this guy over. $72. There we go. I think this guy's speed and my speed are literally identical. Yeah, I love my dad's videos. I've been watching them all, and they're really good. So highly recommend subscribing to Out of Spec Dave. All right, holy smokes, what do we do here? World's slowest pass. It's gonna be a good one. That's right. We are still slowly passing the truck. Come on, Lucid. We got this. Oh, definitely Sally's instead of Pepe's for me. I like Pepe's, but I'm a Sally's guy. Yeah, he's either thinking EVs must really suck, they can't go fast, or this guy's an idiot. How far have we gone? 275.8 miles. We're at 37% remaining. I did not get my Rivian wristband, but the rear all-weather mat arrived randomly, but not the front ones. Cheyenne continues to improve. I don't think that's ever been said about Cheyenne before. Oh, we actually kind of need to see, yeah, let's hope we see over 400. I think we will. We go at the highest elevation here pretty soon, and then we lose a little bit. How's the NVH at 70 compared to the Model S? So much quieter. $440 miles expected. That's kind of where I'm thinking we're going to come in as well. Would I go cross-country road trip in a Nissan Leaf? I mean, if I want to waste a week. John, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. NVH stands for noise, vibration, and harshness. Another truck full of Teslas. All new Model 3s. Tom tested a different car than this one. He tested the Dream Edition range, and this is the Grand Touring range. But look, technically we get even a little bit of a slight benefit, mostly because yeah, we're at a little bit higher elevation, so less air density. Are charging stations better than gas stations? Are they built well? No. Most charging hardware is kind of crap. Yeah, I love the sounds the Leaf makes when you turn it on, and I put it in this very like Game Boy sounding one now, because there's like 3 or 4 ones you can choose from. The Leaf didn't need higher top speed. The top speed, sorry. What they really needed was charging and range and not so much degradation. Hey from Chattanooga. I was supposed to be there today, actually. All EVs will naturally degrade, but those without thermal management will degrade faster. The new top-of-the-line Civic, the Civic Touring. I'm not sure on what Nissan's doing for battery replacement. No, I think performance Teslas are not LFP. You can only get the LFP in standard range. Have not had a bathroom break yet. Still going strong. I would pay more for kilowatt hour if it meant reliable charging, absolutely. I would also pay more per kilowatt hour if it meant faster charging. Would I trade in my Plaid for a Lucid? Well, I have that option. I guess I can't trade to Lucid. I think they don't accept trade-ins. But yeah, swap the Plaid for a Lucid. I don't know. Not at the moment, at least. I still have a lot of content to make with the Plaid. Big brakes, steering wheel, track stuff. We're going to redo some of the suspension kinematics. So yeah. Not anytime soon, at least. Probably another year with the Plaid. NVH compared to the EQS, similar. This has a lot more motor noise. Do all EV cars have instant torque? No, some have like a throttle map that softens it a bit. Oh, that's awesome, doing a Model 3 Performance road trip in the upcoming summer. Oh, congrats for graduating college. Sick. That'll be fun. Yeah, we got to get the dogs out on a road trip. Yeah, I'm going to do the CCS module upgrade from Tesla for my Model 3. No idea how this car will do in the cold weather. Haven't tested it. I wish it gave us a battery temperature gauge, honestly. Even if it just gave us like a minimum and maximum temperature of the battery system, that's all I would want. I feel like for such a car that's gone to level 12 of engineering, you know, they really are doing these nice in-depth technical talks about their battery system, motor system, drive systems. Give the users some technical data. The people buying these things are technically minded folks. That's where the USP, the unique selling point of the Lucid is. Technical stuff. So give us data. But still, 4 miles per kilowatt hour. Insane right now, at 70 miles an hour. EV cars car manufacturers make the car slower. It depends on the car, sure, all the time. Do I miss Vermont? My son is at UVM. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I do. I got to get back at some point. Yeah, I got to see if Lucid sends all the data through the OBD. Most new car companies don't. I don't even know if this car is an OBD port. I haven't looked. OBD and Lucid trunk. Ah, okay, I'll take a look back there. No, I don't have any kids. We just have dogs. What was up in Chattanooga? I was driving or I was supposed to drive the 2023 ID4 localized production car, but because of the range testing thing yesterday, I just decided to cancel all of my trips this week. I was supposed to be at Charin today, and then Chattanooga tomorrow is what it was supposed to be. What's the state of charge? 33% state of charge. We are at 290 miles. A couple sprinkles along the way, but let's hope not. Let's hope we can straddle this storm. I don't know anything Tesla related that you don't. It's not like they give us early information. The Platte is not quiet at all. I agree, it's really not that quiet. Jason, you really got a lot of questions. I think we might need to have like a one-on-one phone call or something to just blow through them. Because I've never seen someone so inquisitive before. Missed the podcast. Oh, we're actually revamping the podcast. Rather than doing one long show a week, we're going to be splitting them up into like 10 or 15, 10 or 15 minutes. More frequently than once a week. Yeah, Dad, I'm not totally sure why Tom got 500 miles and we're predicting much less than that, even though the EPA number is 4 miles off. But also, how can the EPA be 4 miles off if that one had 116 kilowatt hour pack and this one has 112? All I know is I charge the car to full, I run it in the same test I run every car, in the same roads I run every car, and this is this is it. Same wheels as Tom ran, tire pressures are set. Car has, I think, even less miles than the one Tom tested. We're at 4,222 miles right now. We started before 4,000 miles. 65 degrees Fahrenheit. It was warmer when Tom did the test, but again, I had the battery fully preconditioned when we left. 65 Fahrenheit's not bad at all. It's sunny right now. The conditions have been wonderful. No wind. And by no wind, I mean less than 5 miles an hour. It's been really good conditions. Looks like that storm is south of us. Look at that. I think we did this perfectly by about 10 minutes. PSI was set at 49 PSI front and rear when cold. The other question I have is, I'm running at 72 miles per hour indicated, right, to hit 70 GPS. Do I need to adjust our distance by that much, or is that actually a calibrated result? Because if that's under by, what would it be, 3 or 4% difference, then that would be a huge swing as well. So I think what I need to do is test that. I don't really have too much time to do one-on-one sessions to talk. Sorry, that was more of a joke. Yeah, I'm going to check the odometer against mileage markers, absolutely. So we're at 396. We're at 296. How about that? Okay. 296.6 when we went by that. So let's see what we are at the next one. Let's see, looking for the next mile marker. $297.6 on the screen. And 395. All right, so 395 and 298 were next to each other. Let's start this fresh. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have a lot of conspiracies about this test, but all I know is that's why I do my own testing on these roads. This is where I run all the cars, so we have the same air density in all of my tests. You can try and reference the other ones, but it's not totally accurate. Compare them one by one. Okay. 290, and these signs aren't totally accurate. 289.9, and boom. Okay, so I would say the odometer is calibrated perfectly, at least according to those two signs. Yeah, so my tests are all run the same way on the same roads, and so that's why I try and test every EV up here in Colorado. Again, Tom does range tests down at lower elevation, and he has his collection of cars that he's tested for inside EVs. But you know, they're two different. I'm using the same location here, and then we're calibrated here perfectly. Boom, 300, yep. 300 miles into the test, and I would say the odometer is perfectly calibrated. The speedometer is not, so the car actually knows how fast we're going, is my prediction. We are at 300 miles driven, 31% left. Enjoy the game. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, 300 miles into the test so far. 30% left. As far as I know, I don't think we have any moderators in here. I let you guys do whatever you want to do. I don't really care. As long as we're not getting spammed with bots. Do I not like people who ask a lot of questions? Not repeatedly, no. I like doing the live streams because we can bring up topics and let you guys do it, but I don't really like talking about myself that much. I like talking about cars. .391, and the odometer kicked up one there as well. So I think we're doing pretty good. You didn't upset me. I don't care. You can put whatever you want in the chat. I just may not respond to everything. Wouldn't you say it comes with building an audience on YouTube though? Yes. So, I mean, I think for the most part, you guys notice me. I'm not super interactive in the comment section. The most interaction I do with audience is on these live streams. For the most part, what I do though is I try and see generally what people are interested in out there and then try and make a video about it. So if I see the same questions getting popped up, then, yep, then I will make a video about it. Any updates on the warehouse? Yes, we're supposed to be touring them later this week, so I'm looking forward to that. We did end up ordering an R1S for Alyssa. I have an R1T Max Pack and an R1S on order. We are now down to 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour as we make the climb up into Cheyenne. We didn't get to spec the cars. You just put in a reservation, and then when time gets closer, I guess they have a new shop where you can select one or you can configure it. But we're so far down the list, it's going to be a while. Canceled the Golf R. Yep. We crossed miles at about 31% state of charge, and we have 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour as we make the climb into shape. But then, of course, our efficiency will go on the way back down to Wellington. So really looking forward to the results. Really, really pleased that we are at least able to avoid this much weather. We have had the perfect conditions today. We're all just trying to figure out the discrepancy, you know, basically as to this range test versus other range tests that we've seen. But this is what the car does. You guys see what's going on here. It's all live streamed. It's about as good of conditions as I can get it to keep the car moving at 70. And this is what the car is wanting to do at least. So loving it so far. Yeah, GTIs are fun. I'm a GTI fan. Always have been. Yep, I always run the air conditioning between 68 and 72. I think I have it set to 69 right now on auto. Tom did test the Air Dream Edition range, and this is the Grand Touring. But keep in mind, this is probably the worst efficiency we're going to see all test right around through here, because this is when we're reaching max elevation. So we're going to gain, we're going to see our average consumption drop as we drop into Colorado. I should start a Discord channel. We have an out-of-spec Discord. What's the elevation? Right now we're at 5546 according to my watch, and I think 2, I forget. This is the biggest elevation difference of this loop. You basically, when we start the test, we got to do a climb to Cheyenne, and then it's flat, and then we drop down into Colorado at the end. Yeah, there's an out-of-spec Discord. We got some snow here. U.S. government truck. Ooh, 2 of them. Conspiracy. 3 of them. Secret government stuff going on around here. Oh yeah, I guess those do look like mountains off in the distance. Yep, those are clouds. You're waiting for a 400 plus mile Model 3 to upgrade. I think it's more about the charging speeds that need an upgrade in the Model 3 more so than the range. I would much rather see them charge a little bit better in mid-pack. Same with the Lucid as well. I think this thing needs a little bit of a fatter charging curve. But there's only so much you can do to push batteries. So my Model 3, it's an older one. It's kind of degraded a little bit. It's missing some aero shields. It got, what, 230, 240 at 70 miles an hour? A new one would probably do 280, 290. I think that's fine. Yeah, in my eyes, it's all about the charging. Is the Dream different? Yes. Uses a different cell chemistry than the Grand Touring. Your 22 long range 3 did 315. Nice. Was that a loop style test or just a one-way? Wasn't a loop. Yeah, okay. Hard to know then. Lucid's efficiency seems like wheel tire combo, probably slippery design. And probably higher voltage helps quite a bit. 4680 Model Y testing. I think we really need to, actually. How many miles have we gone? 314.8 miles. We're at 26% state of charge, 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour, but we are at pretty much the highest point of this test. So I'm expecting a final average well over 4 miles per kilowatt hour, which is just insane. We saw a peak of 4.4 in one direction because we lost some elevation. Then we have to make the climb back and go down. Rimac or 911 GT3 RS? Ooh, good question. GT3 RS, not a manual, so I'd go Rimac. Solterra all-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive, 2 different battery tops. I didn't think Solterra got a rear-wheel drive. Wasn't it just front-wheel drive? And isn't Solterra standard all-wheel drive in America, or am I wrong? Oh, BZ4X. Yeah, BZ4X is front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. And the all-wheel drive gets the worst battery, which makes no sense to me. Yeah, I don't mind repeating questions from time to time, but a bunch in the row doesn't let the others get their comments in from time to time. So I just try to balance it out. Yeah, going for the Air Pure, very nice. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it feels without the glass roof, but I think the range is going to be fine. And it should be even more efficient than this car because single motor. EPA range test is on drive cycles, so it's a mixed driving, but there's a few different ones. There's even new tests that only run the cars to 50% state of charge, and then you can use an off-board battery drainer. The problem is, you get different battery capacities based off of how quickly you pull the battery out. Of course, you'll have more heat loss if you drive it normally. If you use a slow off-board battery drainer, it may not be representative of the heat loss while driving, so it's a totally stupid test. Yeah. Or at least, okay. Why is there someone making a U-turn right in front of us in a Kia? You guys see this guy? That's what wide open throttle looks like in a Kia Sportage right there. He is pinned. What the heck? And now they must have just got it into boost. Look at that thing go. Yeah, the superchargers in the RDU triangle is getting good, but I remember when there was no supercharger in the triangle and we had to go to Burlington to the nearest charger. Yeah, the only Altima we've seen today has been broken down on the side of the road. The roadworks guy is trying to pass him. Am I a fan of classic American muscle cars at all? Not really, not my generation, to be honest. I can appreciate them. I don't know much about them, really. But I would say I'm probably more of a Mustang guy than anything else. Speed limit is 80 miles an hour here. Oh, cool yellow truck on the back of a trailer up here. Let's just initiate a pass here. So we timed this perfectly because I'm driving in the dry spots on the road, but I can see where it was slightly damp before, especially as we get closer to Cheyenne. Or it could just be the color of the pavement, I'm not sure. So if you're curious about the Lucid motors compared to others, take a look at their information video that they put out. I thought it was really nicely done. EV safety compared to ICE? Do you mean like crash performance safety, or like pedestrian safety, or things? What exactly? Overall, I would say it's probably easier to make an EV safer than a combustion car. Crash, yeah. I mean, you just have a really nice structural battery component in the bottom. It's easier to tune for crash. Okay, looks like we got a bunch of stuff around here all over the road. Let's move around it all. The truck's swerving behind us. Made it through unscathed. And the truck was honking at the Lexus back there because they almost crashed into each other. That got a little spicy. That was tire tread marks, or I should say, whatchamacallit, tire gators. Yeah, all that happened in front of a DOT way station. Yep, retreads. So how are we looking for Cheyenne weather? Because I'm showing we need to turn in 11 miles, and it's looking a little rainy up in 11 miles. We are headed back towards Colorado, yes. And we've been just like navigating through, knifing through the different storms. So we haven't really hit any rain yet, which is wonderful. But you can tell a rain just came through here not long ago. The roads are pretty much dried out, but I can see a couple wet spots around. So, all thanks to Sandy in the chat. Sandy, you are a legend. How are we looking on I-25 south? No storms on the interstates near Cheyenne. Wonderful. Sandy is our weather person, so I don't know if that's their full-time job, but it is today. You can definitely tell. You can see the wet spots in the road there. I'm just trying to keep the wheels where the pavement's dry. But we couldn't really have asked for a better result than this. I'm hoping those rain clouds I see up ahead are not on I-25. Worst case, I could go north on 25 for a little bit and loop around. What do you guys think? Yeah, much bigger frunk than Model S. We are 325.4 miles into the test. And it seems that the mile markers are matching up perfectly with the car's odometer, but the speedometer is off. So the car knows how far we're going. So we are 7 miles to the I-25 border in Cheyenne, which looks like exactly where those rain clouds are. You can also see the wet spots on the road. I'm staying on dry pavement, but you can tell the storm just came through here. So we must have missed it by minutes. Rain just north of 26 and 25. Okay, suggest going north, rain moving across I-25 southeast. I agree. That's what I'm seeing here. If I look to the right, we're looking good. So I'm thinking we'll go up a few exits on I-25, try and buy as much time as possible, and then we'll loop down to back to Colorado. I think that'll be our best plan. And that way, everything is a loop. We're driving all the same roads back to front, and we're trying to avoid the weather. Yeah, because if you look to the left of your screen, it's dark. If you look to the right, it's looking good. So let's hope that dark cloud on the left passes. It doesn't look very big. It looks like it's only about 2 or 3 miles wide. So worst case, if we have to go through it later on, we can. It's not the end of the world, but not ideal. Coming into Cheyenne now. We are at 23% state of charge. I think I forgot to do a 25% update. We're on I-80 right now and 5 miles to I-25 in Cheyenne. Well, if you take a look at the weather ahead, I got an update for you as to what we're going to do. I forgot to check in at 25% state of charge, but we're at 328.1 miles, 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour at 23% state of charge. We've been figuring out our plan. There is a storm system crossing over I-25 south, which is where we need to go. So in 5 miles, what we're actually going to do is go north as far as we can until the car says, hey, you pretty much got to turn around now to make it to your destination. And the reason is we want to give this storm system enough time to get across I-25. You can see I'm staying on the dry pavement section. It just came through here. So we're trying to let that storm cross so we don't have rain during this test, or at least minimizing the amount of rain. So we're going to go to the right, up I-25 north where there's blue skies, at least for a bit. Let this situation take care of itself. Hopefully it moves quickly, and we're going to try and blast through it to get to the other side. How many hours a day do I prefer to drive? All of them. I love driving. Five miles of rain on I-25. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at to the left of my screen there. But if we go north, it should be good. Yeah, go north. I will. Maybe you can I'll have to turn around at some point, but if you notice it clearing up on I-25, I'll bust a U-ey and head on down. I'd much rather keep it closer to Wellington. Do I prefer Tesla as a daily driver? I like a mix of daily drivers. Yeah, Denver to NYC in an ID4, no problem. I just did, yeah, it's no issue at all. I drove an ID4 from Jacksonville, Florida to Denver. All right, so here's the 1 mile of construction where we may have to dip a little bit, but that's with every range test. Right, between Cheyenne and Wellington is the rain. I'm hoping we can find a little clean spot to get through there. That's going to be the hard part. We're in Cheyenne right now, 1 mile till we have to exit. Yes, there's always range anxiety if the car doesn't give you accurate range estimates, no matter how much range you have. Well, we're at 332 miles at 22%, so I think we were less than that at 25%. But we are at, again, Cheyenne's the highest point of elevation during this test. Yeah, it's only like 3 inches for that construction zone, not a big deal. We're back up to speed now. Yeah, I would say it's more about charging anxiety than it is about range anxiety. Because if your car says you can go 18 miles and it's accurate, then why would you have any anxiety about that? You know you can go 18 miles. All right, going north towards Casper. Don't forget about the elevation dip going down into Colorado when you're doing your range predictions. Now, I'm not super familiar with this stretch of I-25 up here because I typically go on I-70. Jordan's done a range test up I-25 to avoid weather before, so we just need to make sure we don't miss any exits. All right, let's get clear of this traffic. Well, a lot of it is hard for cars to predict your range because everyone changes driving style and there's so many other factors. So like if you drive predictably and your car guesses a particular range, then you're good. Welcome to Cheyenne, Wyoming. We're going through the military base here. It's on our left. You'll see some missiles. There you go. Servus from Germany. Hello, Servus. Yeah, use percentage and learn your car is what I do. If you drive slower, you will have better range typically in an electric car, yes. Yep, I have a Lucid on order. Actually just ordered it the other day after spending time with this car. But I'm not ready for one. I really want to let their software work out some things. I really want to see if the company can do what they need to do, basically. I don't know. And then, yeah, I figured 2 years, something like that. Maybe I'd go for one if the Taycan's still not in. But I would say it's likely the Taycan will be in definitely by then. We'll see. I just wanted to reserve my spot. But then they called and said, hey, you can get one right away. And I was like, well, not ready, sorry. So Sandy, if you can keep an eye on the weather storm systems south of us on I-25, let me know when it dissipates. That's when I'll make a U-turn. We have 15% state of charge on arrival, so I can go up probably another 20 miles, something like that. So that'll give us a 40-minute buffer. If you have charging stations that you know you can make it to, then drive as fast as you want. I think you just need to experience driving and living with an EV. That'll answer probably most of your questions about it. The rain is about to clear I-25. Moving southeast and should clear shortly. Wonderful. And then we'll flip around. By the way, I just want to mention not one phantom brake in this car this entire, so that's good. I ordered a Grand Touring Performance, but who knows? I'm not taking delivery of it now, that's for sure. To me, Lucid still has a lot to prove. We got software to work on. I still have to test the car. I haven't driven it hard yet, so that's a big consideration for me. And I still have content to make with the Plaid. Right. If Lucid accepts trade-ins, then you can save taxes, which is like 7.75% where I live. I agree. Really want software updates so I can do the hogback. I'm also going to put my Plaid on stock wheels this week and do a range test on my Plaid and do a, which has the same miles as this Lucid roughly. And I want to find a long-range Model S dual motor to do a range test on. I also want to run my Model S in the hogback because I haven't run a Model S yet. All right, well, let's take the not this exit, but the next exit to flip around. I'm just having some starbursts. Yeah, I ordered my Model S with the 19-inch Aero wheels, and then I have the big boy Martians on it right now. Thoughts on Tesla making a lot of cars? Well, they make a lot of cars. Okay, is this looking like an exit we can easily flip around on, though? 85 north. I'm not seeing this as an easy one to make a U-turn flip on. I'll go up one more. Yeah, if Eric still has his Model S, maybe I'll use his, but I think he's got some miles on it. How many miles have we traveled so far? 342 miles, 3.9 miles per kilowatt hour, 19% remaining. Perfect conditions. Next exit is a clean turnaround. That's what I'm seeing as well. That's why I went past. We are on I-25 heading north, and our plan worked perfectly. According to Sandy and the others in the live stream, it sounds like that storm cell south of us has completely broken up, and we're good to flip around and head back closer to Cheyenne. We have just dodged the storms today. It's been truly wonderful. So, perfect conditions up here north of Cheyenne, just a little bit. Absolutely gorgeous. And we are going to flip around at the next exit in 2.4 miles. And I'll update you as we get closer to Cheyenne. Yeah, I think we're going to see 4.0, 4.1, maybe 4.2 miles per kilowatt hour as we head into Wellington. If I get I'm not going to get a Lucid anytime soon, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. I can't speculate. I ordered one thinking it was a long wait, but it really wasn't. So I'm just keeping my order in the queue. And I got a lot of Model S videos to make, so don't expect me getting a Lucid anytime soon. It's also a ton of money, and I just got the Model S. It's only got 3,000 miles on it. I got to get some use out of that car. Cool. I can reach out to Eric. Maybe he would be fine with me doing a range test in his car. Maybe he wants to make some videos with the Lucid or the Plaid, not sure, but maybe we can arrange something. Well, Drew doesn't make Martians that fit this car, so not that I'm aware of. Here we go, exit 21, looking like a clean turnaround. Let's do it. Not even a stop sign, a yield sign. How about that? That's how you know you're out in the middle of nowhere. There is one car coming, but we can just squeeze right out. That is cool. Love Wyoming. No stop signs, just yields. Good for efficiency. And let's go full. Let's make sure we're going the right way. We are. Okay, good. Don't want to pull another situation like last time. But again, look, there's a frontage road right there. Nice, Dad, getting a set of Martians for your Model S. That'll be awesome. At that turnaround, we were 346 roughly. We're at 346.7 right now. All right, so now let's see if we can slip on through the I-25 storm cells. You can see them off to the right, and I can see him down there off to the left. So I think we have the perfect window. Are these range tests affected by altitude? Yeah, of course. That's why I try and run every range test on this particular loop that we do. And what I'll do is I'm actually going to make a list of all the range tests on this route in the roughly same conditions. Thinner air, less drag. Yep. And it's marginal. I think where Tom did his test was 1,500 feet. Our average elevation throughout this is probably 5,000 feet, but certainly makes a difference. And that's why I'm surprised we're not going as far as we thought maybe we were going to go. But we'll have to see. We haven't done the full round trip yet. But really, honestly, if we're going to start comparing range test to range test, you need to run them on the same elevation profile if you really want to get super nerdy about it. If it dumps rain, then yeah, we'll have to cancel the test, which would really suck, which is why I'm so thankful to Sandy and everyone else for checking the weather for us. I'm okay with a tiny bit of rain, maybe a mile or two here or there, but if it becomes a hurricane, there's no way we're continuing. Yeah, outside temp's been pretty good this test. We're at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. So we started at 65, we're at 62, we saw a peak of 66. It's been really, really constant, so I'm pleased. If aliens invade, do we cancel the test? No, we go aliens or no aliens. Battery left 18%. The car is predicting 76 miles based off of its rated calculation. We have done 350 miles. But of course, we're consuming a bit more than rated. Do I think 450 is doable? Not feeling like 450 is doable. I think Alyssa was onto something. She was at 436 originally. What do you do when you run out? Well, we just figure it out. Last time a viewer helped me push the F-150 Lightning when I ran out. Really cool guy. Yeah, we just call it tow truck. Makes for a better YouTube video. Well, again, 500 miles plus is in the mixed driving cycle of EPA, so we would never expect the car to go that far, this car to go that far in our highway range test. Any ideas why the Dream Edition had 4.3 miles per kilowatt hour? Well, I think we actually won't end up too far away from that because we lose a little bit of elevation here. So don't, like I said, wait till the Lucid to see the full round trip efficiency. I'm going to, in January, do more. It's not going to be that website. We have another website that we started some work on, figured it out, and now we know what we need to do. It's called Swerve Autos, and Swerve will get picked up next year. We'll also have a video component of news. Like, basically, everything that I'm doing right now is preparing us for the launch of our full network in January. So I hope you guys are ready for like 8 times the content. But I don't expect you to watch all of it or even any of it. Most of the stuff is different sides of automotive YouTube that we haven't covered yet. But in total, we'll have 15 active channels starting in January. Isn't it bad to let the battery fully drain? Yeah, it's not good for it. What's the range driven so far? 353.3 miles so far. No bathroom breaks up to this point. Still doing all right. And that's after drinking more than I was planning to drink. Kyle with 8 arms for 8 times the content. Yep. Do I like Lucid Air or Mercedes EQS better? It just kind of depends. I think, personally, I like the Lucid Air a little bit better. I think it's cooler than the EQS. But I like the EQS SUV a lot. I put out a full driving review today. It's really long and nerdy and in-depth, but really like the EQS SUV. Yeah, the live stream helps with boredom, so I appreciate you guys tuning in and helping. Getting close to the ending here. We'll see what our final efficiency is when we get down to Wellington. So, Sandy, would you mind just doing one last check of the weather on I-25? Sort of at this point, we have no option but to go through it, but I would love to know if you think we can still slip through. Nope, just, I would say if you're a first-time EV owner, just drive the car, learn the car, try not to leave it fully charged for long periods of times, but all good. I'm testing the Rivian SUV towards the end of the month. I think the 26th, 23rd, 21st, something like that. Thumbs up from Sandy. Sounds great. Thank you. We got the military base over here on the right side. I can see just a few streams of water ahead, but I think we go a little bit east of it. I have no problem peeing on the side of the road, but I haven't yet. Any car can really reach over 500 miles if you want it to. I mean, if you tow it especially, but this one on the highway is not going to do 500 miles, I can tell you that. But we did not expect it to do 500 at the start of this test anyway. Again, EPA range numbers are in a specific cycle in a laboratory environment that's controlled. Technically, our conditions were really good today, I thought, and we are doing 70 miles an hour constant. Missile Drive, hell yeah, that is cool. What's a car I haven't tested yet that I really want to? Yeah, the Rimac Navara for sure. Really want to drive that. I don't know if the Fuso E Canter is available in the USA. I'll have to look. No, I think even if it was warmer out, 500 miles wouldn't be a possibility. If an EV is hot, is it dangerous for a child to go near it? All right, Jason, I got another question for you in retaliation. Would it be more dangerous for a child or an adult, or would it be equally dangerous to go near a hot electric car? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, are children more sensitive to heat than adults? And I don't know why we're even talking about this topic. This is not really a thing. What's a hot electric car? I don't know. I'm just seeing what's going on. I don't, it makes no sense to me. I don't know. All right, we are officially south of I-80 now. Well, we're just about to be. And so now we are on the southern portion of I-25, looking like clouds ahead. But it's looking like no rain clouds up there. This Tahoe wants to rip, but I'm going the same speed of this as this Ranger, unfortunately. Kind of holding up traffic. I'll be dry until Fort Collins. Looks good to me. All right, let's see if we can scooch on over. Nice. I'll check here in a second. Nice Suburban RST. All right, no one's behind, just left lane for aero drag. 360 miles driven so far. Cool, Brian, you're more than welcome to come on by if I'm juicing up. Rain is dissipating before reaching the interstate. Yeah, you can see it just over here. But I agree, it seems to be dissipating as we get closer to the interstate. It's amazing technology, isn't it? We are at 15% remaining. And it's looking real clear south. So once we get past this little section here, which I don't think is going to affect us, we're really good. Did you lower the ride height of the car? Does it have air suspension? No, it has a fixed ride height. We're also going the exact same speed as this truck. So this one is 154,000. Jason, I don't really like to talk too much about myself and my ownership of cars and stuff. I mean, I will on my personal channel, but this is all about testing the air. But I've owned EVs for years. Yeah, no range mode or anything. I'm in smooth mode, which should be the most efficient mode to drive in. Really dulls the accelerator pedal. I don't remember what my first experience in an EV was, but I'll think about it one day and maybe make a video about it in like 20 years. I'm not mad today. I am just pumped up to see how far this thing will go. If I needed to travel to California, which one would I take, Tesla, Lucid, or Rivian? I'd probably hop in our Model S because I can use CCS superchargers or even CHAdeMO chargers if I needed to. I have great driver assistance and yeah, pretty good range in that car. Not as good range as this, but yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, just weird questions. Beautiful views off to the right of that rain dissipating, and it's looking like clear skies. I gotta put that in the full video. Absolutely gorgeous views off to the right. You can see that rain that we are dodging, which worked out perfectly. So this was all just being rained on only about an hour ago, and we are looking nice and clear. All of the rain clouds right on either side of us, but we found the perfect window to just slip on through. So huge thanks again to Sandy for making this test a success. We're going to be losing some elevation going down into Colorado, so I'm expecting to see our efficiency increase. And yeah, really not sure what to expect at the moment, but I'm thinking definitely over 400 miles will be seen today. Yep, I think we'll see 4 miles per kilowatt hour, maybe even more. We'll see. Yeah, Alyssa's 436 guesstimate is looking pretty good. We have some presenters in works for Germany, yes, but I would like to have one more. If you're interested, let me know. This is 70 mile per hour range test, yes. Yeah, it's hard to predict the AC's effect on range, but yes, every range test, I run the same, roughly the same climate control settings car to car. Because, yeah, I don't want to sit here in a bad car, so I just made it so every car gets the same usage on climate control, which is 68 to 72 on auto. I have it set to 69 auto right now. It seems to be running very low fan, and it's just wafting the air in the cabin. Very good climate control in this car. Good airflow, very quiet. And we are just about to cross into Colorado. This will be the farthest charge I've ever gone in an EV, yes. And we have a Golf pulling out in front of us, but I don't want him to because there's an F-150 coming alongside. So squeezing 3 wide. Had to do a little German flash just to let them know I was coming up. I've made some videos on my thoughts on Lucid Air up to this point over on our reviews channel. Yeah, I would agree. I think this is more efficient than a Model 3 rear-wheel drive. Nope, I will not be going south of Fort Collins. Yeah, there's some issues with the air for sure. I think it's time for another starburst. Update, 368.3 miles, 14%. How much ballpark is that air? You mean in terms of cost, Ross? Thanks for watching, appreciate it. This one's $154,000. We are going near the bison farm, yes. You went to school in Laramie, that's awesome. Laramie is the next town up from us. What is the best Starburst flavor? Ooh, I'm weird. I like the red ones. No one likes the red ones, but I do. Yeah, Wyoming is one of my favorite states. Really love Wyoming. Yeah, the detailing channel, Jeff Colton is just rocking it. It's awesome. How's the ride? Is 100 times better than Model Y performance. Yeah, you can tell the rain just came through here, so we're just going to try and keep the car on the dry sections of pavement because I don't want to have increased drag, but we do have to actually make a bit of a lane change. This car would do great on the Autobahn. I'm really hoping I can have a chance to experience it. Sitting at, I think it does 170 miles an hour claimed top speed. How long is Colton's wait list? Yeah, I mean, winter time's always less for him. So yeah, if you want to get a car in, go for it. But Colton's not cheap. Colton is one of those guys that's like, you pay up for the quality of work and it's just insane. There shouldn't really be a main out-of-spec channel. Our goal, especially as we get into January, is working channels across all the different ones. Working uploads, I should say. The air is so much better than an early Model S. This car is so much more sorted than like a 2012 or 2013 Model S. Does Colton have a web page? Yes, I believe it's cleardetailing.com. But if not, you can just Google search Clear Detailing in Windsor and it'll bring you to his homepage. I saw he was washing a Lamborghini Huracan Evo today. Early S's are rough, and they were rough when they came off the line too. But in terms of battery and motors, they had good reliability. More novice and beginner detailing videos. We just shot a how to wash a Rivian video. That's a good one for a beginner level. There's a lot of people working on faster charging EVs. The thing is, none of them are on the market except maybe with Xiaopeng in China. And yeah, I mean, there's just like been no mass-produced breakthrough in battery tech yet. So I'll believe it when I see it. How many miles so far? 374.9 miles. Hey, Colton's in the chat. If you got any detailing questions, your guy is right here now. I have not gotten any massages from the Lucid, Colton, because, yeah, not per testing procedures. Have to run with all seat, ventilation, and massage off. Yeah, I'm ready to see my Model 3 lifted too. He needs to get a car as soon as possible because I want to drive that thing and lift it. But at the end of the day, he's a friend. He can borrow it really for as long as he needs. I just hope that means not too long because I want to lift it. Oh, I'm hearing a rattle. Oh, just something I put in the door. Wasn't the car. When are you going to charge? When we hit 0%. This is the range test. Yeah, Dom's been covering Tesla for years and years. I really think he needed to just drive one and live with it. So I was just getting frustrated with him not being able to experience it. So he, offered my car, and really glad he was able to take it. Glad it worked out. Chevy Bolt doesn't ride smooth. I thought it's all right for the class of vehicle. Beautiful sky, I know. We are so lucky to live here in Colorado. We got a Suburban towing a Silverado up here. What the heck is going on? Oh, that's cool. You should shoot Dom a message if he wants to drive a Rivian. He can come over. We got a tow strap. This looks hillbilly. Hell yeah. Out of spec style, using a typical tie-down strap, towing at 70 miles an hour down the highway. I love America. That is so sketchy. It's amazing. And even because they're both the same generation car, their turn signals, their hazards are flashing at the same time. Really nice. Yeah, our friends Paul and Todd from Everyday Driver are going to borrow the Rivian. I've been a huge fan of theirs. Jordan's friends with them. I'm really looking forward to meeting them. But, yep, they're going to take the Rivian. There was a guy driving the tow vehicle, yeah. I'm not sure Dom really likes to film things, so I don't think we'll be seeing a drag race of the Model 3 versus his Spark. Uh-oh, someone left their splitter guards on. Well, it's brand new, so let's hope they're on their way to remove their front splitter guards on their Charger. The bananas on the front bumper, that should be illegal. Thoughts on the Equinox EV? Not many. I haven't driven it yet. How many Chevy Bolts can fit inside the Air's front trunk? At least 5 or 6, I would think. Wow, gorgeous sky. What if he has to slam on the brakes with that soft toe? Well, he's going right into that third row seating on the Suburban. We need to make a shirt that says no splitter guards. Well, we just got our first warning. Look for charging station, battery low. 12% state of charge. And at 12% state of charge, we just got our first warning. Look for charging station, battery low. Well, guess what, Lucid? I'm ignoring that. We're continuing on. Prius Prime covered in dirt. That looks awesome. Why do I like the Prius Prime so much? Probably because I once reviewed one and compared it to a Ferrari, and that was one of the best videos we've ever done. And of course the Prius one had more cup holders and USB ports, but ever since then, I love a blue Prius Prime. 381 miles so far, 12% left to go until we hit 0, and maybe a little bit below 0 as well. We'll see. We're keeping moving. So when this thing says low battery, that's like a fully, I think more than a fully charged smart car. Let's see, 49 miles range. So 50 miles of range. I don't think at nowadays, that's like a full charged smart car. Yeah, Bolt has really good range for the price, I think. Wonderful sky. Yeah, slow charging really killed the Bolt. But it's fine for many people who just do like 1 or 2 charge stops. Have I tested the EQB? Yes, I have a video on our reviews channel this week testing the EQB. So you should head over there and check that out. What does the Bolt charge at? 55 kilowatts peak on the new one. People are thinking 435 miles of range. Alyssa guessed 436. That would be cool if she was right on the money. Are BZ4X and Solterra dead on arrival at this point? Well, they don't really bring anything new or exciting to the market other than their soft-roading cred. They are pretty good drivetrain control in the rough stuff. We're at 4 miles per kilowatt hour. I told you we'd gain a little bit on our way down into town. I'm going to try and stretch everything I can out of this car, but at the end of the day, I don't know. Your phone charges at a higher rate than the Bolt. I am going to call Alyssa. We're going to lose live stream signal up here anyway, actually. Just this is the section we lose in. I'm going to call Alyssa and just see if she can be on standby with the Rivian and the trailer just in case this thing needs a tow. Hey, how are ya?
Oh, good, man. Out to dinner with a buddy.
Oh, nice. Well, hey, if you're done with dinner afterwards, if you're not doing anything, maybe you could meet me up over at the charging station in Wellington.
Oh, yeah, you're all right?
Yeah, all good, but I'm just going to run the Lucid as far down as possible. I don't totally trust the battery pack at low state of charge, so might have to run it out. Might need to charge it off the Ioniq.
Oh, okay. I don't have the Ioniq. Ashley has it with her friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, that sounds good enough to me. I'll let you know if it's needed, but just wanted to make sure you were available.
Yeah, so yeah.
All right, see ya.
I see.
All right, so Zach's available. He's got his Jeep and a tow rope. That's all we need. And we're just about to complete the full year. His wife has the Ioniq. He has the Jeep. Yeah, we just saw the guys from Elmo EV Rentals, I believe. Reviewing i7? Yes, in a month from today. Here we are, basically back from where we started, 4 miles per kilowatt. Number we're going to be looking for, or should be roughly expecting for the entire loop, since that is the full round trip number. And we are at 388 miles and 11% left to go. So looking forward to keeping it moving. We really did great with the weather. Could not have asked for better conditions today. Vehicle to load. Well, I'm going to run this thing down to at least 0% and maybe a little bit more. Actually, with big batteries, you can't always recharge overnight. So this person's moving over, but then we got someone passing us here. 3 wide again. Right, we could always ask that Suburban to tow us after the Silverado. Having the Lucid Air right now. Base 6 going for the pass. Yeah, I haven't driven the Ioniq 6 yet. I've seen it, got to play around with it, but not driven it. KBB got a first drive bid out. Did anyone else do it, or was it just them? Gonna lose Livestream through here, just so you guys know. We are almost to 400 miles. We're at 394.6 miles. Probably going to lose service again. Yes, the drivetrain's quite loud. We're 6 miles from the starting point, but we're going to keep going until we're out. Lucid has a worse turn signal sound than the R1T for sure. But man, the range is pretty freaking cool in this car. 4 miles per kilowatt hour. Think about that. This is a big luxury sedan. We're getting 250 watt hour per mile. That's insane. US to Canada EV. We are just about to cross 400 miles, half a mile away from it. And in just about 0.3 miles left to go until we hit 400 miles. Now 0.2 miles, we're at 399.8. Again, I've confirmed that the odometer is totally accurate. It's just the speedometer that's off by 2. 400 miles driven so far. We still have 8% left to go, and that's a high 8% since we just dropped down. That is a long range, folks. Now the big question is, how much past 400 miles will this thing go? I don't really have an answer. We're going to find out. This is kind of where we started, 4 miles per kilowatt hour, 400 miles in, and we still got room to go. So let's keep it moving, and it's going to be an exciting last few percent. I'll let you know all the warnings that the car has, how it drives at low states of charge, but for now, we are driving past where we started. We're going to continue up on the highway and run this sucker down. That is awesome. Okay. So the car actually says 32 miles when I select it to distance. But that doesn't really quite add up, does it? I don't know, maybe BMS is a little wonky on this thing. Yeah, it should be an additional 36 miles, 37 miles, based off of when we hit 10%. But we'll have to see. Uh, 112 kilowatt hours in this one. I think someone in the chat mentioned it. So I'm curious why you guys think Lucid is a scam, or why you think they can't go 500 miles. Some friends of mine proved they got, I think, 650 miles or more out of it. It's all about how you drive it. And also, manufacturers have to state their range legally in the EPA test, and they can choose from a couple different EPA tests, but they have to run it through an EPA cycle, and they have to say that number, or they can request to lower the number. But it's really the government who does the range testing, or at least the range testing, sort of procedures. And so, yeah, I mean, the 70 mile an hour test will never get, in most cars, what the EPA does. In Teslas, we come in well under EPA for the most part. So, yeah, and every outlet has a different test. The car and driver test is totally different than my test. The Tom's test is at different elevation than my test. That's why I just do my tests, and I compare the cars I test, the cars I also test. I don't compare them to any other outlet or any EPA stuff. Most of the time, you're right, the EPA does not do range testing. I don't actually know if they did on this car, but the manufacturers submit their data to them in the EPA drive cycles. I have a whole video on it on our... You also can't compare EPA to EPA test because there's different EPA cycles. That's why I run 70 mile an hour tests against 70 mile an hour tests. But even then, like, unless you run them the same day, same conditions, fresh batteries, it's all roughly, we're not saying 100%. Honestly, this is just interesting for me to know that this car can go this far at 70 miles an hour, and that's the idea. So if I flip around here, we will, there's different variations within those cycles. So I'm going to do a whole video at some point. EPA just came out with a new cycle you can run the cars in as well, which is to drain to 50% and then an off-board battery drainer. And I'll share my thoughts on that as well. I have the standard on my desk at the office, the papers and everything. But I'm really impressed with this thing, and my impression is just really, really great with the range. But I agree, the range doesn't really matter. To me, I don't even know why we do range tests. Obviously, people enjoy watching them, and it's an interesting topic, but it's all about the charge time. All right, let's take this exit here. Car's predicting a 3% arrival back to the charger. They do. Most EPA testing lists city and highway. Not all, but some do. On this test, I think we got 350 miles out of EQS sedan, something like that, 340. But I was on winter tires, so I need to run one on summer tires. That's crazy. That is gorgeous. That looks like the sky. Holy smokes. Right, when I drove this to here, I think I got 3.2, 3.3 miles per kilowatt hour from California to Fort Collins. Big elevation and big speeds. This truck, we're racing them up the hill. I think I'm actually just going to slightly back off, just a mile an hour, and we're going to swap places. Nice. Better for everyone. Nice work there. That was wonderful. It's like a coordinated ballet. But now he's picking up speed after the uphill, so we'll duck in. But you can make any EV go farther just by slowing down, as long as you guys know that. And the numbers that the manufacturer claims have to be in one of the EPA cycles. Right. I don't think people really understand why I do this test versus a 30-mile-an-hour test. Right. The EV automaker can choose the test. Yep, this is the test we want. It's the test that I do. Sometimes I'll do like an inner city test from time to time just for my own fun games. But the EPA cycle is a great rough guess, absolutely. But you always have to imagine that like Taycan can go 100 miles more than the EPA test in our test. And then like a Tesla goes like 100 miles less. So there's huge swings here. I'm going to actually make some videos on the EPA testing to give you more info on it, because I feel like as more people get interested in EVs, this is becoming more of a topic, and I'm going to explain what test manufacturers choose for which reasons and what the tests are and what the results come out to be. I have not tested Model Y with 4680, but there's a viewer here in Colorado who has one. I don't know how he got one, but yeah. He's gonna offer his car up, which is nice. Ice car I'd love to see as an EV, probably the Volvo V90 wagon. We are at 415 miles driven. I could do a hypermile test to show them, but maybe we should do that on a shorter range car to show the difference. Yeah, we could do it with the Leaf. That would be nice. It would take like 3 minutes out of charge on the highway, 12 minutes out of charge in the city. Plus, I don't really care about the battery in that, so we can run it down all the way, and I wouldn't feel bad about it. Sapphire would be great to evaluate. I can't wait for it. Sounds really, really spicy. The Leaf's been great. I haven't really driven it. It's just been sitting in the garage. I'm going to get it registered this week and start doing some videos. I just haven't... I went to the DMV and there was a long line, so I turned around. Dinner's in the microwave. Thanks, Alyssa. We'll see if I make it home. Why'd this guy come in front of us and then hit the brakes? Uh, 4 miles per kilowatt hour, 417.2 miles traveled. I haven't really spent much time with the Air GT, with the Dream Edition, so I'm just not sure. No head-up display in this car, and no night vision. Two things I really love in Taycan. Night vision is awesome. We are at 4% state of charge, 418.4 miles. Yeah, so we're 2 miles away from come and go. The big question is, do I do that secondary loop? I believe it's 12 miles, 16 miles projected, or do I come up here to Owl Canyon? Not totally sure what to do here. Still full power. I don't actually have a power meter, which kind of scares me a little bit. So what we could do is we could run up one exit. I'm going to flip around in Wellington. I could run up one exit, and then we could take the frontage road back in case it runs out early. And then if it runs out early, Zach can come up and we can tow this thing in. Hey, Mom, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. That's very much more generous than Dad with his 99 cents. That's my allowance. That's right. 4% state of charge. I think I'm actually going to flip around and go up for our final loop. I don't want to risk going 12 miles. 4, 8, 12. Well, what do I do? What do I do? I think I'm going to flip around. I'd rather stay on the less populated side. That's great. And this is where we started the test, just over here, and we are actually at 420.5 miles driven. And what we're doing is we're actually going to do one more loop up on the highway. We have 4% state of charge remaining. I think that's enough to make it one exit north and one exit down. I'd like to get as much time at 70 miles an hour as possible. Let's just try and scooch through here and make these lights. Looks like we're able to. Very good. And then we can always do, if it doesn't look like we can make it back once we get up to that, I forget how many miles it is to the next exit up, we can hop on the frontage road and cruise back. But definitely think there's more in this thing at 70 miles an hour without questions. I'm hitting the throttle the same. I don't feel any reduction of performance. And so what we're going to do is get it back up to 70 miles an hour and just keep running it down. But I'm going to go for as long as I can at this speed before we run it all the way out over there. Well, Alyssa might be right on point with her 436. That's what we're really targeting right here. Yeah, I don't know what this whole thing with new turn signals in. At least they put a round-ish steering wheel in this car, flat bottom. But Alyssa, you might have guessed this range dead on perfect. It's very possible. We are now at 3% state of charge. I don't have EcoFlow. I'm not really into barbecue chicken and rice, but I appreciate you making me dinner, Alyssa. I will eat it when I get home. Thank you very much. Yes, my dad trolls me every day, absolutely. But at least I'm making 99 cents in the process. All right, so here's our loop turnaround point. It's just not possible. So we are going to loop around here. We're going to jump back on the highway, go back to Wellington on the side roads as normal. We'll try and keep it as close to 70 miles an hour as possible. But this is the best way, I think. That's actually, we have really good service here. Like the bars are very high. It's just the signal drops out for some reason. Well, keep in mind it has regenerative braking for the loop, so it averages out. Cummins diesel. 2 per charge now. No more warnings. Oh, there we go. First one says charge now. Power reduced due to low battery. Now at 2% state of charge, still cruising along. We're about, I don't know, 2.7 miles from our exit. The car says charge now. This should be our last run on the highway at 70 miles an hour. I'm then going to run it up and down the frontage roads until it's completely out. So I'll give you the 70 mile an hour number, and then I'll give you the full final number at the end of the test. I don't know how much power reduction, but I'm not going to find out because I want to push it. No, I wouldn't carry a generator for my car drives. I've already done the 0 to 100 test, but I need to do a couple more tests on it. So I'm actually going to charge it up a bit and then probably head to EA and do some more testing just to confirm some of my findings. Any bathroom stops? Nope, no bathroom stops. Just putting away the chips because I don't want the chips on the seat for the filming. Won't look as good on camera. Putting the pretzels on the floor. Master bladder, hell yeah. Bladder control. Yeah, I don't even feel like I have to pee. That's why I'm good for these range tests. I just go and go. Yeah, it was a couple hours before I started the test that I didn't pee either, so. Oh, no pee, no restroom stops. All right, here we are, 2% exiting for the last time off the highway. Let's film a little thing. I've just kicked it off 70 miles an hour. We're exiting for the last time, 427.6 at 70 miles an hour. What I'm gonna do now is run it up and down the frontage road. So we're gonna go on the other side, run it up and down that one, which I can kind of just cruise at 55, 65, 70 miles an hour at. So we still keep the speed up. As we get really low down on charge, I'll actually head over to this side closer to the charger. That way, if I run out, we can kind of push it into the parking lot is the idea. So let's head over and run this thing up and down some frontage roads to squeeze every last drop out of the battery pack. So it doesn't give me an indication of power available, power meter indication. Here we are, emerging onto the frontage road. Nothing to see here, police officer. I'm not intentionally running this car out of charge. Okay, so now our whole goal is to keep the speed as high as possible, as close to 70, as always. The pedal's always soft in this smooth mode, so I'm not totally sure how accurate that really is. And just because it has a soft pedal doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to run out. And it doesn't necessarily mean if you have a firm pedal that it won't run out either. Okay, just going for a quick little scooch around. Thank you very much. Got to keep the speeds up. This is important work we're doing here, Subaru. Cruising at over 60 miles an hour now. Just cruising along at 65 miles an hour, have been. This will be a turnaround point. We have 4 miles left to go out, and we have 0.1 miles to get to the charger. So we're actually going to be going below 0 here, folks, which will be kind of interesting. Just going to spike a little regen into the pack. 431.4 miles at the moment. And yep, so I think 3.9 miles to the charger, 4 miles left on the predicted range calculation. Probably going to lose service again, but just running it down the frontage road. If we happen to run out, not the end of the world. Still plenty of performance to accelerate up to speed, feels like. Oh, nope, never mind. Almost no acceleration. Okay, so let's hope we make it back. I did not realize we had that little power left. So just gonna crawl this thing back at about 45, 50 miles an hour. I don't know if we can do this. That's all the acceleration it has. Oh, yikes. It says 1 state of charge. Wow. Back to the charger, that's wide open acceleration. It can barely climb hills, so I'm not sure if I believe this 4 miles left on the dash. I think the car is getting really low, lower than it thinks, based off of that pedal feel. That's really not much performance. Shows me we're right at the bottom of the pack, so I'm trying to be as gentle as possible, but I cannot go more than 45 miles an hour. I'm trying to spike a little regen in just to keep it coasting. Dang, it shows 4 miles left. I don't believe that. We're heading, let's hope we can get up and over the highway to get to the charger. That's going to be the big question. Can we do it? Climate control shut off, I should have mentioned, at 4% state of charge. I didn't actually even notice it was off. It wasn't working that hard, but I've noticed that in other Lucid testing that 4% is the limit. So we are pretty much full throttle, 51%. I don't see anyone come in. We're just cruising on through, trying to coast in neutral for as long as possible. And here we go. We'll take advantage of the downhill. There is no acceleration left in this car. So if this is all it has, I don't think we're going to make it over to the charger. Hey, when I ran it out of charge, it had a lot more performance given the same reading. So it shows me the BMS is totally not fully calibrated, would be my guess. I'm full throttle, 39 miles an hour. I may have miscalculated this one by a couple miles. We're only 1 mile away from the charger, something like that. But look, I don't think we're going to make it to the top of this hill. 37, 36 miles an hour, losing range. I'm trying not to floor it, but it's doing such little power, like it's barely outputting anything. And yeah, I'll throw it in neutral at the top to try and save the BMS. But I don't think we're going to make it over the hill to the charger with this performance. So let's just try it. We don't have far to go. I can see the end. The end is in sight. But definitely had a lot more performance given the same readings the other day when I did the charging test. So let's just throw it in neutral here and see if we can coast it as far as possible. So I seriously don't know if we'll make it. I'm coasting right now. The car shows 3 miles of range. There's just no way. The BMS has to be off. There's no way this thing has 3 miles. And it's getting a little bit busy over here, so I hope I don't run out in the middle of the road. That would suck. If it's a green light, I'm gonna build up some momentum. We just have to get up and over that bridge, but I don't know if we can do it. Huge rolling speed in this car, which is awesome. I can spike some regen coming into the red light, and we can try. So here, let's spike big regen just to pull up pack voltage back to neutral. Pulling out all the stops here. Okay, it shows a green light up ahead. I'm going to accelerate through the red. I'm so sorry to everyone around, but I think if we can just make it to the top of this hill, we can just make it to the top. Okay, may have just blown a red light to make it back, but I think we are at the crest of the hill, and if we can get through this next turning light, we should be good. The car shows 3 miles. There's no way. We've driven like many miles at 3 miles remaining. That's the charger we need to make it to. I think worst case, we can kind of push it in from here. I'm just gonna crack a window because it is getting toasty in here with the suspense. Now don't shut down on me now, Lucid. We're going to the charger. We can do this thing. No climate control is on. Again, it shuts itself off at about 4 or 5%. Come on, light. Come on, Lucid. Can we do it? Green light. I'm going to be gentle on the accelerator. Yes, through the intersection. At least at this point, we're not going to be blocking anything important, I hope. I am full throttle. That is everything. Connect the live stream. Get out of the way. Move. Faster. Around the backside. I think we're going to make it back. I am full throttle. This is everything it has. Full beans to the charger. Spike another hit of regen. I can't believe it's showing 3 miles. There's no way. This thing I had at 0 and it would beat a Kona EV off the line. And we made it. Holy smokes. That's crazy. So let's just inch up a little bit. And I think it has no idea what's in the battery. Again, we drove many miles at 3 miles to empty. And similar to this thing, when it completed charging the other day at 97% or 98%, then went, whoa, 100. I think it's thinking there's 1%, and then it's actually going to go, oh, no, there's nothing left in there. So 435.5. Yeah, you guys will have to wait for the main video to see the exact ending results. Unless you heard me say it. There's just no way there's anything left in this car. We were wide open pulling in here. All right, let's plug it in. Well, maybe I'll give it a second just to see if it recalibrates. Alyssa's right on the money. Let's lock this thing. Let's let it think about life for a second. So, locking. I'm curious if it will reset to showing 0. What's really funny is at 0%, so the other day when I had this car down to 0%, it had a lot of performance. So it just shows me the BMS isn't totally locked into place here. Also, why is it not unlocking at all? Uh-oh. There we go. I don't know what I'm hitting. Software is going on. And now we're open to back up. Oh, it's not mine, just testing it. Sorry, we're just live streaming for YouTube, so.
What is it?
Yeah, it's called a Lucid.
It's
Yep.
like an alien car.
It's a little weird. Yeah, little weird compared to the conventional car, sure. It's got a huge tail light. The front light is pretty big as well. Hey, Roger, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was just YouTuber stuff. Yeah, so it'll rip all 4 tires. Alrighty, so let's get this thing charging up. Port opened. Let's check what it says here. 1% still. There's just no way. Yeah, we can't do a charging test on these slow chargers. Let's get it plugged in. Pull the cable out a little bit. There we go. I'm setting you guys down. All right. I'm basically charging just enough to get to the EA station because I'm going to do some more tests now that the battery's warm. And we're going to go to charge point. Boop. And we're juicing. Man, well, so you guys know I always run cars until they're zeroed out. So you guys know I always run cars till they're zeroed out, till there's nothing left, till it's completely dead. And I would say this, even though it's indicating 1%, it was wide open throttle that whole way. So there we are charging. The fans have kicked on. The car is happy, but definitely weird. So I'm normally am a 0 here. I'm ready to run this thing out all the way. But the interesting thing is it showed 4 miles and 3 miles for a total of like 5 miles. Or it was showing, we drove, I should say, about 7 miles from the time it hit 4 miles of rated range. So I think it just didn't know what to do at the bottom, and it just kind of freaked out there. I'm glad we made it to the charger because it was wide open throttle. There was no room left for any more loops. That was everything it had. I did not precondition the battery because what I was trying to do was to get... Yeah, no battery preconditioning because I was trying to get the most range out of the car. So what I can do is put you guys back over here. 1 second. I'm gonna get you all situated here. And I'm just gonna move the wheel out of your way. 1 second. There you go. Yeah, I think maybe, of course we had some momentum. We could get maybe a loop around the come and go parking lot, but it's not like we were near any major driving milestone or anything like that. So if I go over here to trip information and all the stats. Should be back. Sorry about that. For some reason during the day we have much better service here than at night. Well, sorry for the live stream cutting in and out there, but I think that is kind of the end of it. Well, this charger can only output, so much power. These are 200 amp limited. So there you go. Whoa. Okay, the end of the Lucid Air live stream. What's really interesting is the since last charge calculation is factoring in our charge from here. So based off of the amount of energy I was to pull out of the battery pack, I think we got every last drop out of this thing, truly. Wow. So that's the range. That was it. I don't think there was anything left. 430, I'll let you know later on. But roughly. Cool beans. Well, I'm going to end the live stream now. Thanks for watching, and hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. That was a really fun test. Great conditions. Huge shout out to Sandy in the chat for help. Yeah, I know I need to test drive some different cell phone providers, but yeah, perfect weather conditions, very little wind, and very pleased with that. Again, looks like we got almost everything out of the pack. So the full video will be up soon, so try not to share it around too much without all the context, if you don't mind. Just a request. Of course, it helps us when people watch the videos. That's why I do this test. That's that's what makes it worth the time, more or less. So yep, I'm gonna charge up just enough, and I'll see you along the way. We'll be doing more range testing on the Mercedes EQE, on my Nissan Leaf, on my Model S. It's like range testing week before the winter. We got to get them all in before the weather gets cold. Thanks.